All right, we back. We back. I'm gonna just do this one. Just play the intro. I ain't gonna go into everything else. I'm gonna just play the intro part. What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your boy Big Val Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. And most importantly, make sure you sub to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell so that you be notified each and every time that your boy Big Val is going live, man. With that being said, let's get into this intro. All right, all right. Malik, check your text message.
Man, so nephew, did that 42 minutes was that saved?
Yeah, there was.
Okay. So what do you think? Do you think you have to adjust those segment hours or you
Malik,
going
check your text message, Malik. What you were saying,
you said that was saved. So do you think you can still go the hours that you have set, or do you think you might have to adjust it to, or that was just some
Yeah, I
glitch?
think I think I accidentally hit the
Okay,
wrong
okay,
button.
okay, okay. So that's just subtract. I guess we can subtract that from this next 6 hours, right?
Right. It was only
So
30 minutes. It was only 30 minutes. So
it's okay. Okay, I think it said 42 when I looked at it. It said ended up. Okay, so okay, okay. Yeah. Man, nephew, we was cooking, man. The smoke was coming off the grill, man. Man,
man, I fucked up.
man, had like my
But you know,
man.
anything lost can be found except time wasted. So we ain't wasting no time. So we
Yeah,
finna find what we pick. We finna pick up where we left off.
right, right, right. Yeah.
Malik,
I
check your email, check your text messages, Malik. I'm
um
trying to get Lavish Lady some help on here, but I
yeah.
seen trolls
So
coming in the chat
right,
before the.
right.
It seemed like the shit was just God sent to happen that way. Cause soon as
Okay.
the live ended, the damn trolls started coming in the chat as Dana J.
Wow. 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 So man, what Lavish Lady and a couple of other individuals said in the chat, Dean Bella, jail brother JT kind of wrapped it up. And they were saying mindset is not materialistic when it comes to that success. And reason why I said that goes linked in hand with that 50-50, because until you can even get to that subject on that, like Jeff was saying, and Malik touched on it, you have to go through life and walk this journey and make sure you become whole and understand the journey that you have to when you fit into a relationship, the position you had, man, what's the position of the woman, what I mean? Make sure you don't have no unresolved issues. And a lot of times we don't do that, nephew. We don't work on self. We won't put we invest in technology, we're about property, we're about clothes, we're about houses, we're about cars, but we don't ever make sure our mental health is good. We don't make sure we got emotional intelligence. We don't make sure the pedigree that we got from our father side, our mother side, didn't affect us in a way where we handle our household or journey in a way that's not conducive to what we try to do as an individual. You know what I mean? And let that
Hey
person.
Denzel, I email you Denzel the link. Go ahead,
Yeah, it's so important what JT said. I'm just gonna keep reiterating what he was saying. And Lavish Lady said it, mindset, not, number two. Yeah, but Bruce Lee said knowledge
Check your
is not
phone,
enough.
Malik.
Knowledge is not enough. You must apply, meaning that's action. You can have a mindset, you can have the information, you can have thoughts, you can have knowledge, you can acquire all of that stuff and have that in your mindset as you move around. But if you're not applying that and executing that, yeah, it is successful. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, JT? Help me out. Help me out. Walk with me, JT. Help me out. I yield back to you.
Oh yeah. I'm here with you, brother Moon. Yeah, you was hitting it on the head. It's definitely about learning self because self is a universe within itself. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Right.
it's so much that I had to uncover with me before I could begin to even try to learn somebody else. Um,
Yes, sir.
at a young age, we may think we know it all. We may think
Oh,
like,
man. Woo, say
you
that
know,
again.
at a young
I about
age.
them lessons. I about too many of them lessons.
Now, how many of us had a first love, right?
Yeah. Ooh, man, I did. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Back in them days, what you
Yeah.
do as a teenager, you on the
Yeah.
phone with your girlfriend or your boyfriend.
All in the closet on the phone, under the bed on the phone, in the bathroom on the phone. The work, boy, they invented the damn cordless phone. Shit, you walking down the
Oh,
street on the phone.
oh,
That was my first
JT,
cell phone, the cordless phone.
nephew, JT,
Hey,
JT. The radio was on, JT. That song come on, that man with that DJ stop talking, man, so I can get it. Then you call her, and then you tell her, baby, listen to this, this gonna speak my sentiments. Oh,
hey, y'all on that?
oh, that was a good old day, man.
You done fell asleep on the phone, snoring together on the phone.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Man, my granddaddy was a hater, boy. My
What?
granddaddy, my granddaddy was a hater, but he was teaching me a valuable lesson though.
Okay.
Could number one girl call their house phone, and and if it wasn't my girlfriend, he was telling, he was snitching, he was doing. He's like, look here, can number one girl be calling this phone, and then
Uh,
number one girl gonna come over here. Boy, you couldn't. It wasn't no multiple women calling you. You try to pick the phone up on the first ring, hoping he don't
right,
pick
right,
it up.
right, right.
Boy, you know what happened though? What
Uh,
happened was they fucked around and invented call waiting. Cause remember, you
yes,
didn't used
sir.
to have call waiting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When somebody would call, it just be busy. But so you would have to stay off the phone and wait on the ring to get a call. Boy, they invented call waiting. It was over with then.
Right.
Hey, right, man. Hey, mama say, boy, get off that damn phone.
Uh, then when they mentioned, then when they what they admitted, the call what the what that with JT. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Man,
And Star 69.
stop.
Yeah, so when you think about that dynamic at a very young age, now you go back and you revisit that in your life, and how many relationships, so-called relationships, have you had since then? It's
Right.
probably going to be more than likely back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
I
never
Yeah.
really took the time to reflect and internalize and dissect what you actually experienced.
There
You know
you
what I'm
go.
saying? And
now,
how it changed your mind.
That's
And
it.
I
That's
think
it.
what you actually experienced.
we got
You know what I'm
echo.
saying?
Yeah, we got echo.
We got echo. I think it's coming from Sir Miguel. But
That's so important.
I tell y'all something though. What Jeff just touched on, I can relate to that because man, the first time that I be telling my son, don't fall in love. I really don't know. I really don't know how to tell what to tell him because I don't want you to wait till you in your 20s to experience heartbreak
Right.
and you don't know how to deal with it. So
Right.
I dealt with the shit. I was in middle school, 8th grade. I met this girl. She was in high school, 9th grade. We dated for like 4 years, almost 4 years. My junior year of high school. And me and that girl broke up. I couldn't take it. That's how I ended up moving to Minnesota. I had to leave the fucking town. I didn't
Wow.
sit up with nobody. And I mean, for years, man,
Yeah.
for years, I've dated other girls, talked to other girls, man. I'm gonna tell y'all what it took for me to realize that when I gave that situation away. When I lost my grandfather, I didn't hear from her. Even though me and her went together, I expected to hear from her because I thought that she would reach out knowing how close me and my grandfather was, regardless of me and her not being together no more. Because when she lost her mama, I reached out, her auntie, I reached out, just because I knew the dynamic of their relationship. When I lost my grandma, I like, you know what? I gotta let that shit go. But me and this girl, our relationship was long overdue. And I called myself, I thought I was real player and everything, you know. But
Hey, Vine. Now think about that. Now, at that age, you were already envisioning yourself, and I was too, you know what I'm saying? Y'all getting older, being married, having children. So when it's sort of traumatizing when it doesn't happen that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I'm able to talk about it now.
That affect your mental perspective.
I harbored those feelings. Every relationship I had, I was measuring that relationship to
there we go.
There you go.
Now, nephew, now you understand why I keep on saying this over and over again. Wholeness is so important.
Yes.
Becoming whole. You can't be broken and try to go into someone else like who may be whole, expect them to be responsible for healing your brokenness. It's not fair for you to do that. How dare you do that? And when they don't come through as you think, then it crushes you. Now it puts a stain on your mindset. That's why even if you see negative things on this side of your family, this side of the family tree, you have to be on your journey through life. We got to back. We got to back. Yeah, we got to. Yeah, it's like we got to.
Everybody just mute up when somebody talking. Just hit the mute button until they tag you in. We're gonna go back to 3-minute expressions and then tagging in. And
who is that? Oh, is that niece? Oh, nephew?
I'm gonna speak and say, you know, just I'm telling my story to y'all, and this is something that I speak to my sons about because I feel like it's important, and I know how that situation bowed me. And when we have an adult talk, this is a part of adult talk that I feel is necessary for us as adults to have, because believe it or not, a lot of us as adults, somebody got like a scratcher sign or something. A lot of us as adults, we don't get to talk about certain things because we have to be adults all the time. You know what I'm saying? So this is I consider this segment right here is my vulnerable segment. When I can be totally vulnerable, and I'm not worried about nobody on this panel judging me. I'm Big Vibe. I mean, what? It happens to the best of us. Even a player fall in love with his product.
All right, nephew.
I mean, I'm just saying, how many
true.
You say they
He keeping it the band. He keeping the band, y'all. He keeping it the band.
You know what I'm saying? You a pimp, but your prostitute pregnant by you. Come on now.
That's something that we all as human beings can relate to, having been in love with someone else and being disappointed or heartbroken from it. So it's something that everybody can relate to at one point or another in life.
Hello, everybody.
Is that Niecy Mo?
Yes, it's me. It's me. How y'all doing?
It's glad to hear you.
Right here, and I'm gonna
Glad
pass
to hear your voice.
for 3 minutes. I'm gonna read this comment, and Nisimo, after this comment, you got 3 minutes to expound. She said, Angela Jackson, this is girl, Angela. Say, I think you should get your heart broken in your 20s. I got my heart broken when I was 15 years old. I did not know what to do. I think about him often.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's real.
So
That's real.
that's for me, Vi.
Yes, I'm gonna pass it to you, and you can expound from there.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna put an age on when you should have your heart broken. But I am going to say, based upon my upbringing, there's what we had. Oh Lord, that's telling my age. Jesus. But
Nisimo, ain't nobody on that, Nisimo. Stop that.
anyway, okay. Coming up in my home with my mom and my dad, we had what we call courting. And courting was only inside the house.
Yep.
And that was
Yep.
at the age of 16, 15, we were not even allowed to even
Right.
date.
Correct.
And courting was only inside of the home.
Yep.
And after a certain time, and he
Right.
could only go in the living room. He could not go
That's
all over the house.
That's it.
He could only sit in the living room, and he had to sit there with my mom and my dad and everybody else. So after a certain, I'm because we were still at school age. So at 8:30, no later than 9 o'clock, he had to be gone home because
Yep.
9 o'clock we was getting ready to go to bed.
Correct.
And so I was allowed to date at 18. I was 17, mind you guys, when I graduated. I graduated from high school at 17. Went off to college at 17.
Okay.
But my mom's rules were I could not date until I was 18.
That's what's up. That's
Did
how
I
it works.
abide by those rules? I tried.
Mm-hmm.
I did try.
Okay.
So, but where I'm going with that, the being able to when you should be able to get your heart broken. First of all, to eliminate heartbreak, and I have to go here because it's important that we go there. To eliminate heartbreak, whenever that occurs, your first love should always be women, your daddy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Men, your first love should always be your mom.
That's it. Teach us, Nisimo. Teach us.
After that, you know what to expect and what not to expect.
That's it. And
But
you
when
don't-
that is broken,
you don't see that.
I can only tell you guys, it will get broken in between. Why? Because we are born in sin, shaped
life.
in iniquities.
Life. Yep.
So every day, what we're used to seeing, what I'm used to seeing as far as families, we're not seeing that anymore.
Right.
That's just out of the equation. We're seeing a different life, a different lifestyle. My children did not have their father in their life, but they had my dad.
Right.
So I'm saying this to say, men, I don't care if it's your niece, if you are that male figure that she have to look up to, be that.
Yeah.
Until when she need to talk about sex, you need to be there to talk to her about sex.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies, you need to be there to talk to your boys about sex. Don't be embarrassed to talk about sex because they're starting early.
Yep.
Preach.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And the earlier they start, because they are being taught by television,
Yep.
by
The music.
social media,
Yep.
other nationalities,
Yeah.
So they're being taught by other people that you may be teaching one thing, but they're learning something totally different when they go off to school.
Contradicted to your, yeah, 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 yeah.
So what you're teaching, don't get up off of it. Just stay on it and stick to it and don't deviate from it. But
Mhm.
also don't allow them to see you
Right,
doing something that you're not wanting, that you shouldn't be doing.
right, right. That's
Because they're
contradicting.
going to come back at you and they're going to ask questions. Well, why are you doing this?
Right. Because kids repeat what they see. Yeah.
So
Let me,
They,
I'm just saying, I don't think that there is an age that we should expect for our children to be hurt, go through that hurt. Because when you got that auntie, you got that mother, you got that woman that's in your life, that's going to be in his life, and he's in her life. Because remember, he's teaching her and she's teaching him. That's how that goes. I know everybody think that it's a woman's responsibility to teach the woman, but no, it's not. According to the word, it's the man's responsibility to teach his daughter,
teach us.
and it's the woman's responsibility to teach her son.
Mhm.
That's how you get all of the confusion.
Yep.
Because you're looking for something and you don't even know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I
That's
looked for a male like my daddy. My
yeah.
daddy treat my mother like the queen she were.
Right. Right.
Did I
Now,
get it? No. No, I did not.
so that was a nice 3 minutes. I agree on some aspects, but I'm going to have to manhandle this because right now you can't let a mother teach a daughter nor a son, because the age of a parent now is younger than it was when we were parents, or pardon me, than when we were growing up. If you look and you want a man in the image of your father, back then, daddy had a house across town. Mommy knew about it, but daddy never told her about it. So if that's the case, then right there, you would kind of be accepting your mate to cheat. So what we're going to do is, let's kind of look at it this way. See, the family dynamic now is too far off, because you got grandmas at 35. At 35, what can you teach your daughter about being a mother, let alone your grandchild?
That's
Can I say something right there? Okay, we can't see where we're going with that. We cannot act as though this just started. I mean, this was going on back before my time. They got pregnant younger than that, but they had to become the woman that they, once you were with child, you knew you was with child, you had to woman up, and he had to man up.
But you also had real men and real women back then. I just said to you, mommy knew daddy had Miss Johnson and them cross town. Miss
Hey,
Johnson and mommy was kept women.
hey, brother Malik and sister Nisimo, y'all having a very good dialogue. I just want to interject something right quick to add some just a timeline to what y'all are conversing about. Like when you say that the age of mothers nowadays in comparison to when we were children is a difference. But if you go back further than that, like uh, my grandmother was maybe 15 when she first
Yes,
started having children in the
yes.
South. But my grandfather was much older.
Much older.
So maybe about 10 years, maybe 8 to 10 years older. And that was like the norm back then. And now we're starting to see that trend resurface. So it's kind of interesting, but I just, how times repeat itself. But I do see what Malik is saying, because like in my and when I was a child, like our parents were much older than they are now. It's like it's starting to resurface, but I yield back.
But that's where we as adults, and I thank Vi for having this adult talk, because that's where we as adults, we can't do, I mean, how do I say this? What we can't do, we still cannot deviate from what the word says. We still have to stand on what the word says. So either we gonna stand on it or stand against it, because what I'm seeing now, and I sent this to Vi earlier, things that happened back when my grandmother, as you were stating, Jeff, when your grandmother, my grandmother, they were at that age, even when we were coming up, there were things that was going on that was never brought to the forefront. You never talked about those things. And so you knew about it, you heard about it, but you did not talk about it because that was adult talk.
You mind?
So this conversation that we're having now is more needed now than ever, because we're not just dealing with 35-year-old grandmothers, we're dealing with homosexuality now. And it's starting at the age of middle school, elementary school.
And they pushing that shit like candy on the shelf, man.
And this is crazy, because I don't know, both of you guys, all of you men, I sent this to Vi, and it out of nowhere, I'm telling y'all, this took me to a place of no return, because I could not understand a pastor, a Kojic pastor is married to a man. Where we do this at?
Yeah, when you sent me that, sis, I looked at that. I almost like, is this real life, or is this? I didn't know if it was satire or if it was a real pastor, like it was a comedy.
No, that's a real pastor. And actually, I know several pastors from Chicago fellowship with this pastor.
So let me ask you a question, and I got to make it quick, Vi, because you ain't pinned the link. My iPhone get ready to die. So a pastor is married to a man. You have an issue with that?
I got an issue with I got an issue with two males marrying each other and two females marrying each other.
Okay, so let me be clear, and maybe this may sound crazy, right? But if that's what makes them happy, why not support their happiness?
Man,
because it's against the word of God.
Okay, so now that you said the word of God, right? And I keep noticing you reference the word. And I'm assuming you speaking on the Bible, right?
Yes, sir.
But it's not the correct Bible, because you still have 2/3 that's not transcribed. So you're reading and you're reciting an incomplete document. But in the Catholic Church, like Catholic priests have been doing this to kids for years. It's nothing new.
Nephew Big Val, let me interject. Much respect to my brother Malik, who I love dearly, Nisi Mo. Nephew Val, I would suggest and request, can we humbly and respectfully yield back from this particular topic?
Okay.
Probably another day, because
Yes.
We all have our journeys in life and our particular faith-based, however that looks, and it must be respected.
Yes.
I think that when we get into that, and we can get into a bunch of rubber bands, and it can go away that the chat get lost in it.
Yes.
Those who listen across the country that support Big Vibe Opinion and the cause of justice and to stand up for fairness. I think it get lost in that. So I'm a request as a 57-year-old. You know what I
Thank
mean?
you.
As nephew, vice uncle, can we respectfully, humbly just shift gears for a minute, brother Malik? Who I can listen to Malik
Excellent, brother Mule.
all
Excellent,
day.
excellent.
I can listen to Malik all day. I'll be like a student
I,
in his
I will.
classroom. I be
This what
talking.
we're gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take these last 3 minutes. I can take the religion aspect out. I don't even talk religion and politics anyway. So
Mm.
let's take the religion out. If you think about it, an individual has the ability to make a decision for him or herself.
Well,
Back in
I
the
mean,
day,
I'm trying to understand how we get. I want to understand. I'm drinking a little bit, but how do we get talking about the fucking two of the same? We want to keep it adult talk, but that's kind of like on another. We want to keep it in the realm of the 50-50. Should a man lead? Should a woman lead? That in that area right there.
Okay.
We
Well,
gonna
I think a man should lead.
okay. So you saying let's keep it just to a man or a woman should lead? Nobody
I
should
want
lead.
the relationship that I know of, a man and a woman. I don't want to talk about nigga, woman, none of that.
Okay, I don't have to speak on the community gender in a relationship to, like you said, a man and a woman. Everybody should be able to take charge depending upon said situation. If you have a man to lead or a woman to lead, that wouldn't be 50-50. So what you need is kind of a mutual understanding. Depending upon what it is, you got to go on strengths versus weaknesses.
Malik, please say that part again. Please, my brother, repeat that part again. Strength and
You
weakness.
go on strength versus weaknesses.
Yes.
But in all actuality, and no offense to anybody here, a 50-50 relationship or relationship topics, like case in point, if you've never been married, you can't give advice to somebody who's married. If you've never had a genuine relationship, you can't give relationship advice to somebody whose
But
relationship is genuine.
I disagree.
but
Somebody
that's
that hasn't been
that's
married
the
can't give
part.
advice.
That's the part. Hold on. Because who are we as people, individuals, to tell who can give advice to somebody? You don't have. I don't have to. I mean, you don't have to. Married people can't give good married advice.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
got to
I mean,
agree with that. I could learn from a 2-year-old baby.
I mean,
Exactly.
Okay, so let
You're
me say
supposed
this.
to be open
So
to
let
learn
me say
from
this, Va.
anyone.
hold
Now
on.
I'm gonna say this.
Hold on before we get
Must
all
have,
up.
you must have
Because
order.
don't determine who can give you advice. It's people out here that's in profession, they have degrees and don't even work in their profession.
That's me.
I mean,
And me.
it come to advice. I mean, you gonna take heed to the goddamn message, no matter who giving it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Can
Word
I
that
get?
you heard. So we can't say married people. If you ain't married, you can't give a married person advice. Well, you can't. It don't matter. My knowledge is something that you seek to gain, and God gives you that. It's up to
You
you.
just said leave God out.
No,
You just said leave religion out.
I didn't say leave God out, Malik. We're not gonna do that. I said I don't want to talk about two men and two women. I don't want to talk about that aspect. But we can't
Your
talk
uncle said leave the spiritual part out.
Yes, because the way that it was
the way
going.
it was
It was
going.
going.
Now
You mean
I'm telling you what we talking about. When we talk about knowledge, when we talk about the ability to understand, that I feel like having the ability to understand and gain knowledge, I feel as though my personal thing is I feel like that is a blessing, to be able to understand and have and gain knowledge of things that's going on around you. Because some people are sitting in a room with so much shit going on around them and they just as lost as can be. So if you are one of those few people that have the ability to be able to understand to learn from things that's going on around you, which means you don't have to particularly be the person that's going through a situation to learn from what you seeing going on in front of you. That's like some people say, well, you ain't never been through nothing. I don't have to go through something to sit up and say I done seen somebody, well, it's a fire going that way, and this person, you say, hey, don't go that way, it's a fire, and they go that way anyway, then they come back burning like a motherfucker. Hey, I just learned the lesson. I learned the lesson. Even though I didn't get burned, but I learned the lesson. If you don't fucking listen, sometimes it pay to listen.
But
It pay to.
We were speaking on advice.
We speaking on advice, so don't say you can't say that. Well, if a person is spiritually or just, I don't want to say spiritually, if a person understand, just because he's not married or she not married, don't mean that they can't give you advice. And that's what I mean when I say a person, someone who understand, they have the ability, their special ability to understand. It don't determine whether they married or not married or been in a successful relationship. Man, some people out here that have been through hell in life. Does that mean that they don't have advice?
But Va, we talking about.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. You saying that can't nobody give advice to a married couple if they ain't been married. That, I mean, me and everybody had this conversation. Man, advice can come from anywhere, man. Just because them people, just because the person haven't been married, you done talk to somebody that you close to when you was going through something that may not have been married, that then gave you some advice or talk to you and put something in a different perspective for you to look at that you may not have been seeing. They not married, but guess what? He was able to talk to you and make you see something in a different way. Help you understand something, even though he's not married. But he can help you out if you're going through something, because guess what? He may see something that you don't see. And that's a big thing about life. When we in shit, we tend to look over things that somebody on the outside might see.
Yeah, I would have to.
Okay, so,
go ahead, brother Malik. Go ahead. My bad.
Am I gonna get to say my piece? Because it's my opinion, right?
My bad, brother. Go ahead.
I'm
glad you said it's your opinion, because you studied when you make a statement, you want to call the next person's statement wrong.
Hello?
No, I didn't call anybody's statement wrong.
No, what you said was, you said we're not talking about. No, I'm speaking my opinion. You speak on what you gonna speak on, and you leave it as just your opinion of what you want to speak on. Now, if somebody want to elaborate on what you say, then you and that person can go back and forth, whatever, or dialect with each other. But when you make your statement, you just come on and make your statement. Whatever my statement was, if somebody want to come on and say, Big Vi, well, what you say, I don't agree, whatever, then they can do that. But
Big Vi, this is Deem's girlfriend. Can I speak on it when you guys are done? I wanted to say something.
Okay, well, Malik gonna go, and then Jeff gonna go, and then you can go. What Deem at?
He's right next to me.
Okay, good to have you on too.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi guys. My name is Cece. I'm the one in the picture.
What's your name?
Cece.
Okay.
Cece. Welcome.
Welcome, sweetheart. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Cece.
Hi.
Okay, we're gonna get back on schedule now. Malik, ain't nothing. Now we just gonna do. We starting our way over, clean slate. Make your statement, and we're gonna start from there. You got 3 minutes to come off the hip, shooting like John Wayne. Make sure you hit something though.
So, like I said, I'm not taking advice from a person who hasn't been through that particular situation. To me, it don't make sense. Like, case in point, if none of you folks on here can bag dimes from a half a brick with no scale, what are you going to teach me? I can't ask you. You've never done it. If you learn, you can learn a lot from an individual. True. But how can you go to a person who's never been married or never been in an honest relationship to which they've never cheated and get some advice. That don't make sense. That's like the
you.
jumbo shrimp.
Make sure
That's
you
an
say
oxymoron.
to you.
That's crazy. But again, that's where things go wrong because people tend to get the difference in seeking or learning knowledge versus advice. You can learn a lot from anybody. And true, you have people who have degrees that don't work in their field. FYI, a degree doesn't mean that's what you was going to do. A degree just means you set out to complete a task and you completed it. That's
Right.
all it is. That
And you
piece
got
of paper you paid $50,000 for, that's all that means.
right. You
I
got a
got
little bit
2 of them. That don't make me no better than nobody on the panel. That
Right.
just means I spent $100,000 to prove to you I completed the task.
Right.
That's all that means.
I wouldn't even take advice from you because you spent all that time in school to get a degree to go out in the real world and do something that's totally different. Like you just say that. Like I'm not going to invest. I'm not going to invest time in nothing that I don't see myself doing. But I understand if life happened though. But I'm not going to sit up and say life don't happen.
No, Vi, people don't
Well,
go to school with the mindset
again,
of
see,
just completing a task.
that's where
Yeah, I
the
know.
part of actually understanding.
I know people that go to college and say, I'm in this motherfucker.
Because I didn't go to school to say I completed a task. I went to school for a reason, to get a degree to work in that field.
Okay, so let's just be clear. I know it's 2 women on here. Miss Lady, you ever watched the show Girlfriends?
It's 3.
The chick Lynn had 4 degrees, and she wasn't doing nothing with the 4 degrees.
That's true.
Again, I'm not saying you don't have people that go to college and stick to the degree. You do.
Okay, well, just say it don't guarantee you.
But again, let's be clear. Again, let's be clear. The degree just means you're trainable. So you got people who went out here and got a degree in mass marketing and communication, i.e., Bill Gates, one of the richest motherfuckers in the world. He didn't go to college because his mother was chairman of the board of IBM. Who did college work out for? For all of you who follow Steve Harvey on Instagram, he said the other day, this chick laughed at him because he did not complete college and told him, nigga, you will never amount to something. He said, I'm Steve Harvey. Ha.
Right. He so did.
Ha.
Yeah, he so did. He so did.
You got a ton of people. Shaq got 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he got a doctorate.
Honorary degrees. We talking about people that actually went to
No,
work.
Shaq got 4 real live degrees. They real live. He a doctor. Yeah, they real live degrees.
I went to school for human services, which is kind of like social work. But right now, I'm a flight attendant. My career is in like customer service.
Now, actually, kind of one and the same, because you're still serving humans.
Right.
But again, see, let's not make it, or let's not take my words like I'm saying that people who tend to go for college. No, that's not what I'm saying is this. See, it's all about a pivot in life. You got to go with the current to catch the flow to get to where you're trying to go.
Good point. Good point.
Slow down, Malik. Slow down, Malik. Slow down now. You ain't gonna run past that fast, my brother.
Now you finally put gas.
I'm soaking it up like a sponge. Please go back over that ground for us and break that down.
Like again. See, everybody want to talk about Kanye West. Yeezy mother, I think worked for IBM too. So look, he just had a plug. Again, it's not always about what it is. It's what it looked like. That's why I'm saying in a relationship, at some point, baby girl, Miss Dean, you be leading him, he be following. At some point, y'all switch off. No.
Oh man, we got an echo feedback.
Hold on.
Like just when it was getting good, they go to echo.
What up, Doc?
That was on me. Like I
No,
said,
that's just technology, man. That's technology. Work when it work and it don't when it
no, because
Right.
I told you, my
Hey,
iPhone get
hey,
ready to die. I wish he
computers
pinned
be
the link.
computing.
I
don't.
wish
Right.
he pinned the link so I can log on from my Mac. But again, you gotta
Okay.
go with the pivot. When you got that pivot, everything worked out.
Yeah.
See, and now the key to why a lot of people, in my opinion, don't have successful relationships, because everybody want to be the man. Everybody want to be the man.
Even
Mm. Mm. I think like Malik.
But can I say this? Going back to your like initial point, or what I overheard that made me want to come into the conversation, was when you
Mhm.
made the point of not listening to people who haven't been married, or getting advice from people, marriage advice from people who have never been married. And I completely agree with you on that. Like, me and Deem have been in a relationship now for 5 years, right? And looking more into obviously getting more serious and getting married. And I completely agree, because like when it comes to things in our relationship, I don't go to my homegirls, you know what I'm saying? Because they're not married, they don't know what it takes to make like a real relationship work
Mm.
out. And
Mm.
it's like the blind kind of leading the blind in that
Mm.
sense. If I was looking at them for marital advice or even long-term relationship advice, knowing that they have not ever been in a relationship, it's like trying to teach somebody how to cook and you don't know how to cook yourself.
Mm.
That's it. Hey, Miss Dean,
but
Miss Dean's wife. I'm gonna say,
what's so funny, right? We talk about our ancestors, right? Like my granddaddy, right? You know what my granddaddy pushed on us? He pushed for all of us to go to school and get our diploma. But you know what
Right.
grade my granddaddy got to? The third fucking grade.
Right.
I mean, if somebody, I look at you can, if somebody genuinely care for you, I feel like you can get advice from somebody who genuinely care for you. They gonna say and tell you to do what's best for you. Do what's
And
in
in
the
a
you.
relationship, it's
They,
not supposed to be
they don't
like that though.
do no negative stuff or tell you should leave. And see, when you talk about advice in that area, somebody or you should leave because they may have a jealous bone in their body, they don't like seeing you with Dean because you and him always together. But somebody that truly care for you, they gonna always want what's best for you and want to see you happy. And if you and Dean together is what make you happy, they gonna always encourage you to do what you gotta do to make your relationship work. Now, when you go to one of your friends and they say you should leave him, then you should look at them and say, "Hold on. Well, then how you care about me, but you telling me to leave the man that I'm telling you that I love, that I'm trying to be with?" No, I
Right.
understand that, but all people ain't gonna. All your friends may not think that way. Some
Right.
gonna say, "Well, if you love Dean, y'all need to make it work. Y'all need to see what it
Absolutely.
is what's going on, what a disconnect is." You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? You're gonna
okay.
also have them people that gonna be like, "Girl, I think you should leave them," all because they mad because they shit ain't working out. So you gonna have, some gonna be good, some gonna be bad.
But
So,
what if it's not that simple, right? Like, of course it's the easier, oh, try to make it work, try to stay. But what about when it gets to like the nitty-gritty stuff, like finances, and when we're disagreeing about finances or disagreeing on like household things, or how we're gonna raise our children, like real nitty-gritty stuff that only married people
but I
go
don't even
through.
go to other married people for personal problems within your house.
Well, let me, let
Sometimes
me
you
say
I
have
this.
I done
to.
seen. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all some shit that I seen. Honestly, this is with my family, right? My
Right.
uncle and his wife went to the pastor of the
Hmm.
church for marriage
Yes.
counseling because they marriage was on the rocks. You want to know
Absolutely.
what my uncle at right now?
Where?
My uncle is back living with his sister, and the fucking pastor is with his wife.
No.
Now,
Okay.
pastor married. He done left the first lady and everything.
Hey,
Now,
That's
what
that
so
the
sound
hell do you
negative.
look now? What do y'all got to say about that?
that sound like a
Listen.
bestseller off a novel or something.
Hey, listen, Va. I really need you to pin the link because my phone is get ready paused.
Man, you gotta send the link to your email off your phone.
It's
I
not.
can't
Listen,
put in the chat
it's not going to let me go in that way. It doesn't log.
I'm gonna lose you then, cause these trolls ain't finna come bullshit. I can't do it.
What?
They can't
Who is Larry Hawkins?
Last live towards the end of the last live, they came on there trolling with fake pages. I can't do it because the shit that goes on when I do that. That's why I like putting my in the chat.
Just send the email, Malik. Just email by and
yeah, that way right there. You can
email you the link.
Just
on your computer. Email him and you get the link.
No, he sent me the link. I got it on my text, but it won't open up because of.
I'm telling you to email me when you open your computer. Email me at Big Bible Opinion 88, and then I will email the link back to you.
Nevertheless, let me say this before I get out of here. Listen, Miss Lady, I commend you too, and you got some good points when it comes to the topics that are going to come up as you two further your journey in life, and you got 100% support from myself and everybody on the panel. I think that's commendable. But what I am going to say, Miss Lady up there and the other lady that was talking, I think the most important part about a relationship, especially in the marriage, is nobody wants to eat at Applebee's by themselves. And it's kind of funny that somebody mentioned education, but I think at some point, in my opinion, as a man and as a woman, you want to be able to put your spouse or your significant other on your emergency contact card.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, that was deep. That was deep. And something as simple as that. And I think so I would like to expound on that because I've been married and divorced in my lifetime. And I would say that, to accept advice for someone that has never been married, I could say that I wouldn't consider that. I think that as human beings, we all have the capacity to understand human experience. So if someone can give me a word, they may not have been through what I've been through or anything close to it, but just to look at it and examine it for sometimes that outside looking in lens can be very helpful to someone that's inside that situation. Now I get, I get the whole dynamic as far as you never been through this. So how could you even understand me to when it gets very detailed? I get that. But sometimes it all depends on the situation and what you're looking advice for. So maybe that's where the disconnect is coming in at.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Exactly. It's very subjective. So I wouldn't be closed off to it 100%, although I do understand when it gets more detailed, then you may want someone that has experience in that particular field to get advice from. So I see it on both ends.
Right. I mean, marriage for me, dog, is one of those things in this generation we living in now, man. This shit is a fashion show. It's more of a fashion. I know so many people that got married, and right now they still married, but they a whole nother woman. And the woman got a whole nother man. It's like, how long y'all married? 5 months, 6 months, and it's over with. Like this,
yeah.
And that's why
I agree.
Granddaddy, and I'm glad I used to talk to my granddaddy. And the best thing he always said, the key to a successful marriage is keeping people out of your goddamn marriage.
Yeah.
That means not going to. My granddad and my grandmother was married for 55 years. 55 years before she passed.
That's so long.
Even married people can give you bad fucking advice.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, it's like somebody said, discernment, man. The advice you need is from the man above. And only you as an individual person can measure what's enough, what you gonna deal with, what you not gonna deal with, whether you man or woman, married, single, in life, living, whatever. We all know our limitations. We all know our expectations. And at the end of the day, when them shit's not being met on no level, you gonna have a problem with it. You gonna sit back and you gonna say, you know what, I need to restructure some shit.
I agree.
Because
And you know what's crazy too? It's like also you kind of right, because sometimes they're also like with older couples that have been married, there's like a generational disconnect in marriage, especially because like me and Dean we're 28, we're gonna be 29, right? And I work with some women who are in their 50s and 60s, right? So
Okay.
back in those days, you know, women, they weren't really allowed to work, or if they did work, you know, like the men really, it was like, how can I say it? Like the gender roles were really, really strong, right? So if the woman was working, it's like she still had to make sure that her home was taken care of, and the man just worked and threw the money at her, and you know, he just did what he did. But like with our generation, like we both do our thing, and it's like I still can depend on him to help me with, you know, laundry, or if I cook, he'll do the dishes, and like it's not as particular as it was back in those days. And it's like I speak to those women and they're like, oh wow, like you're lucky. And it's like,
She lying, y'all. I don't do no dishes.
wow,
I
you're
know
gonna
I'm
sit there and
playing.
lie. He's lying. I was gonna say, you're gonna sit there and lie right now.
Dang,
what's wrong
dang,
with
But
That's too
dang,
funny.
dang, dang.
dishes, Dean?
Man,
Please
ain't
see
nobody
tell
on
me.
none of that.
If
Ain't
CC
nobody
tell
on
me
none of
you
that.
wash them dishes, it gonna be a problem. Cause guess what?
Nah,
In
I'm
the
messing
South,
with y'all. I'm messing
in,
with y'all.
I
in
know
the
you is,
South, you go as a
but
man in the South, as a man in
tag me
the
in.
South, you gonna know how to wash dishes. You gonna know how to wash your
Yeah,
clothes. You gonna know how to clean up. Now I fucked up with my grandma because I didn't learn how to cook until I started learning when I got older. But you know, I didn't have to be in the kitchen. But as far as cleaning, I can clean up. My house is spotless, man.
I
I
feel like
mean,
a lot of men are more clean than women, honestly. Like my male friends, their houses be like spick and span, and then you go to the women's house, and it's just like some of them
you
are
gotta wipe
clean,
your
but
feet, leave it out the door, huh?
yeah, like it'd be crazy. It's like, girl, come on.
let,
But
let,
yeah, it's like you was right though, because it's like you do have to just be careful, because people could be married for a long time, but just because they married for a long time, that don't mean they happy as well.
Oh man, that's a big problem right there. That's a big problem. People put up with shit, and then they'll tell you to put up with ass whoopers, disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch. I'm sorry, Miss CC. I didn't catch the last part of what you said because I want to touch on what you were saying because what you saying, I don't know if people would catch it. You just taught us a lesson, a life lesson, and oh man, you just stirred me up. But what was the last part of that which I was just saying? I missed that before Big Guy said what he just said.
Oh, well, I was just saying like how people want to put up a front about their marriages, and how I just wanted to touch on what he was saying about like, you know, even you can get bad advice from married people as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's good to have a life partner that's gonna help you and communicate and understand with you, and just be able to move in life on the same accord, I guess, no matter what.
Okay, okay. Um, it was asked some years ago, Miss CC, and the person responded as far as they said is three keys to a successful uh, marriage, I would say relationship that always leads toward marriage.
Yeah.
When you're dating, when you're courting, as we said back in the day, courting, dating, on the same. And you should never be really courting and dating unless you are in a position where you worrying about, you're aiming toward marriage. Sometimes it may not ever reach there, and that's a list of reasons why not. That's another lie. And the person said three things that solidified and was the totality of a successful marriage and relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it twice, and each one's gonna be different, but they're gonna be one of the same. And the person said, number one, they felt it was communication, and he said, number two, they felt that it was finance. Number three, they said sex, which can be sex slash intimacy. Intimacy has nothing to do with intercourse in its core, in its core essence of what that intimacy means. So it's like a twofold with that. And so I looked at that and just, in my music in my mind like I do, I said, okay. And then I was listening to some other teaching, gathered some other information. I said, okay. So when it comes down to it, actually the three keys is communication, communication, communication. Now I'm going to shift gears real fast. I've said this many times on my nephew Vibe's Live. The rapper Benny Siegel had a song called "Feeling in the Air," and in that song, Benny Siegel goes into his verse, and he gets to the part where he said, "85% of communication is non-verbal." Then he breaks down. And I'm sorry, JT. He breaks down the other 15%, and I can't remember how he said the verse. Here's my point. Maya Angelou said, and I forgot what book it is, JT. When a person shows you who they are, believe them.
You better
Yes.
believe.
In other words, a Benny Siegel, Maya Angelou, that's tied all together. Communication. I don't care what the subject is. We are influenced by both sides of our family tree. It's in our family bloodline lineage. You can't escape it. If we don't ever study the reason why we do some of the things that we do that may be inherent in our bloodline, we are deemed to repeat those very things that may not be conducive to the goodness of the lifestyle we want to live. You know what I'm saying? A person is always communicating you where they've been, what happened to them, where they're currently at. Lavish Lady in some of the chat on the last live, when we went to this one, the mindset that they may or may not be like a bookmark in life.
There you go.
And communication, a lot of time, is not always what a person says out of their forehead that comes through their mouth. A lot of times, communication is what I do. And I'll yield back on JT with this and pass it to him. I rely heavily, JT, on observation and deductive reasoning,
Absolutely.
aka common sense, which you develop through the course of living this thing called life.
Yes.
However that occurs, whatever happens, to get up, to have not be in survival mode, but provide the very necessities of life, trying to acquire what is my why, what should drive me and get me up. I don't want to wake up like an accident. I believe there's a purpose to my very existence, and I don't believe I'm just simply here just to pass the time. I don't think I'm just here just to go to work, come home, pay bills, and go to sleep. Get up, go to work, come home, go to sleep, and pay bills. I don't think that. I got more in my future, my destiny. I must find out what it is that I want, what it is my why is, what it is that I'm looking for, what it is that I'm aiming for, before I can talk to and get another human in my life as a mate, as a dating, courting, going to marriage. Before I do all of that, I must go on the journey of life and prepare and navigate through whatever it takes so I can be the best version and heal from anything that might offset me, that might have distracted me, that I might fail short of, that I might miss the mark, I might have made a mistake. Some tragedy might have helped me. Something might have crushed me. My belief system was shattered. I must take that time and invest like we do in technology. When the next phone come out or the next trend or whatever it is and all the internet, all that stuff, we spend a lot of time as individuals across the four corners of the globe on all of that stuff. But you know what we'll never really do? We'll never invest in ourselves. That's why a lot of people won't go to the ones that do work, that's integrity, that really has been solidified, that they're on the up and up. Those programs like Tony Evans or Les Brown, all that. We won't never, because in our poverty mindset, JT, we always thinking in a poverty perspective. You know, we in a scarcity mindset. And that got to shift if you want to be the best version of you. Meaning, don't spend no money, invest in you. And that's a lifelong journey that you both individuals, before y'all ever meet each other, your soulmate, you can always every day be doing whatever it is, however it is, with information you learn on this side of the family tree, that side of the family tree, everything you experience in life, through nature, whatever it is, and gather that information and continue to be the best version of you. And you will know when it's time for you, because I'll sum it up like this. You will realize what Chris Rock said when he talked about marriage, we talked about relationships. He got to that point in the stand-up. He said, you are there both to serve. That gets into the love, that gets into the love language. I must know what your love language is. I must understand how you are wired, how God gifted you, what God put inside of you. I must take the time to get to know that. But before I do that, I must know who I am and what's required of me to bring to the table. I must understand my value and my worth. I must be whole. I must be a whole person, so that when I get with you, I don't take from you and I don't drain from you.
Yes, word.
I pour into you. Real love pours into a person, but lust takes away from a person. I yield to JT. I yield to JT.
Hey, Muse. Hey, you just got away with words, brother, that just, man, I'm talking about paint a perfect picture. I couldn't have said it better. And if you notice, since I've been on here, I have not touched on the 50-50 topic. We went all the way around the board, but I think that it's time for me to give my personal opinion on that. With that being said,
yes, let's talk about it.
Yeah, me personally, I don't believe in 50-50. I believe in 100.
Hold on, Unc, didn't I say that earlier?
Yes, sir. Yes, you did, Dean.
And I get the whole, when we talk about it, it's the way that, like Muse said, the way that we all are wired, the way that we all were molded into the person that we are today, i.e. our family breakdown, i.e. the way that we were taught, everything that makes us us, and we come to in a unison with another human being with all of these preconceived notions that we were brought from birth. And then you meet another human being that has all of their preconceived notions from birth and their experiences, their first love, their first breakup, their first heartbreak, their next relationship. That they got both of us got all of this baggage on our back. And we come together and say, we got to climb this hill right here. And we got to come up with a strategic plan to carry this luggage that we got. Well, first of all, before we do that, why don't I take your backpack off and you take mine off, and we leave this luggage behind?
Oh, you got less weight. You about to get off my forehead?
We got less weight.
We rock shoulder to shoulder, and we put our weight on one another, which will lighten the load on us individually. JT, you about to preach, Bishop?
Yes, indeed. So we could strategize how we could get this weight off each other back, how we can help each other be better. Now, as it pertains to financially, me personally, I do think that a man should carry majority of the way financially. And I mean majority, I mean like a man should pay the rent, pay the, you know what I'm saying? Pay the big bills, and a woman should pay the smaller bills. And because in my opinion, every adult should pay something to live, because you're not a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if it's your the phone bills, you know, something light. Because I would never teach my daughter to be solely reliant on another human being. Never get out the practice of paying your way in this world. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what can happen. You know.
Can I say something right there, Jeff? What you said as far as the male man paying the majority, you know, the bigger parts of the bill. Okay, for the ladies, and I have oh Lord, it don't seem like it, but I have 14 unbroken years, thank God, of
Amen.
marriage. Let me say this to you. With the man like that, we can't take that for granted. Meaning, if you know that he only makes a certain amount of money, you cannot go out there and buy or want the most lavish car or home, knowing that he cannot afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Your friend got a Gucci bag yesterday, and you want a Louis Vuitton, and you know he can't afford it. So you putting him in an uncompromising position when you going out wanting something that's not within the reach of him. You taking him outside of his lane. Meaning, even with him, when he says, well, baby, I will get it for you, but when he says, but, you said, okay, sweetie, don't worry about it. We'll work on this later.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Because that but means I'm going to try to get it, but I know something's going to go lacking. And when something go lacking, your mouth going to get stuck out, because it may be in the house note getting paid, or the light bill that they're getting paid. So because it didn't get paid, it was because of something that you mismanaged.
Yep.
Ladies. So we have to be cautious in what we go out and purchase to make sure that it's within his means, not yours. Because remember, you can lose your job today. He still have to carry that load.
Yep.
Lisa Mo, what you just said right there, pin that right there, and don't move that last part right there. And something happened, then you got to carry that load. So
he's got to carry that load. That's his risk. Remember, ladies, don't ever get that in your mind, that that's your responsibility. And I see that happen so many times. Women go to work that don't need to be at work. You are having problems. You're having women problems, and you need to be off from work, and you can't take off because y'all so engulfed with bills.
You spread
because
too thin.
of, huh?
No, I was saying, like, you got to keep going to work because y'all done spread yourself so thin.
Yes, but that's why it's imperative, ladies, to make sure it's within his means, not yours. His means.
Now you see why
he can carry that load.
That's not why you see why I was ashamed what I said about understanding on both sides of your family tree the way they did things, and not necessarily what they did back down, your parents and your grandparents, all that you did was wrong. But you have to get to the point in life where you say, okay, I can use all of that as a reference point. However, my own journey is my journey. You know what I mean? What worked for
Can I?
them doesn't necessarily work for me, but I still have a reference point, a wealth,
Exactly.
a wealth of information. Here's why, and I'm gonna touch on mine, and I'm gonna segue into what Malik and JT said, and pass it back to Malik. This is why I don't, when I hear the 50-50, where it kind of like trips me out, if I may view that loosely, if that's saying 50-50. So you saying half of half. Okay, if half of half, we're using 50-50, we're using 50, half of half,
Mm-mm.
then half, that's you talking about 25%, 25 cent. JT, where can you really get something worth 25 cents in this life?
Nowhere.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Only thing
Oh,
you can get for 25 cents is a sucker.
oh,
You
oh.
can't get that no more, baby. Not no more.
You, you,
Right.
you,
They
you,
35 cents.
you see where I'm at? JT? You see where I'm at? You
So
see
when
where
I
I'm
say
at?
50-50, let me jump on up in here. I,
I got exactly what you're saying, but please hear me what I'm saying. Not just with your ears, everybody in the chat. Please hear me in the depths of your soul. That's why I keep mentioning over and over again wholeness, wholeness in every aspect of your life. You should be on a journey to want to be and give someone the best that you got. And that only comes with you personally looking at that movie that Denzel Washington did, Equalizer, when he took that envelope and went into that Russian guy and tried to purchase that girl back so she can get out of that game and get away from there.
You
It's
talking about
only
Man on Fire?
it only happens when you have a heightened sense of awareness and a willingness and an understanding that it's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a dogfight.
Oh
A
yeah.
storm, a storm is coming. But
Let,
that's
let
why
me
I get back on this, JT. Pac said in that interview when he had that Gumby haircut, this summed everything up I was saying. Waiting for Malik after you, JT, that there should be a class on scams. There should be a class on why there's hunger in America. There should be a class on apartheid. There should be, you know what I mean? How to understand politicians double talk. When Pac was getting disciplined and punished, one of the major things that rest in peace, Afeni Shakur, would do, he would have to take the Wall Street Journal and go in the corner and read that and come back to her and articulate that he just read. The pedigree is what I'm talking about. With all of the ups and downs, the ugly, the this and that, all of that interwoven, that right there, that struggle, that hardship, having the COINTELPRO at that particular adolescent age, all of those things prepare you. And then you grow and grow and you become age and other things happen, other situations hit you, other storms of life, other adversity. All of those stuff is shaping you in the words of Daryl Colden. He's preparing me for something I can't handle right now. He's
You
getting
better, you
ready.
better speak.
He's,
Oh my
he's
God.
pruning me. He's
Eh,
moving me.
eh.
He's shaping me. But we try to run from all of that when God said, no, I want
He
you to
says
go
no.
through that. I'm going to walk through that because this thing, this situation, this perspective, this kind of distraction, this sitting you down, Brother Kelly, is reshaping you. It's remolding
Mm.
you. It's getting you ready for the next phase that I've actually called you to do. And when you come through this fire, when you come through this, you will come out not out as pure gold. You got so much of a wealth of substance and stability now. Whatever you embark upon, whatever avenue, you got so much clarity and so much reference point. You can only get that and achieve whatever it is if you go through that. And he said, I'll never leave you, nor would I forsake you. You
Amen.
have to go through it because at the end of the day, Miss Cece, when someone comes in our life, I believe it's never an accident. It is something that we should learn. It's a lesson. It's a blessing. It's a reciprocal thing. But you can't give somebody that something that you don't have when it's
Right.
your destiny to provide that particular person that crossed your life. That was not an accident. But if you hadn't went through such and such, you didn't understand that there's people in this world that are connected to each one of our. There's people's destiny that are connecting to us. So another person's obedience to the Almighty or your purpose in life, your obedience to that is connected to another individual because they can draw from the wealth of your experience and your knowledge. I yield back to you. I yield back to everyone.
Can I say this?
Yes, ma'am.
I I I grew up, my mother was a single mom of 5 kids, right? And so like I seen her put in 100% into our household. Now men came in and out of our lives, right? Because obviously she's trying to find a person to love her. And
Yeah.
it's like they came in and they would give 0%. It's like my mom still had to work really hard. And then, she got abused physically. My youngest brother's dad literally used to beat her badly, like hospitalize her. And so like in my life, my first real relationship, it kind of mirrored that. But then when I got with Kadeem, it's like he was the first man in my life besides my biological father that I felt like I could rely on, where it's like he took care of me 100%, right? Like if I didn't have to work if I didn't want to, because he provided, right? So it's like with that 50-50, I feel like financially it should not be that way. It should be men do 70, women do 30. But when it comes to like household and everything else in the relationship, absolutely it should be 50-50. But it's like nowadays women are extremely independent, right? We are getting better jobs, we have more to provide than
But
our
why
mothers.
we can't say that. If we go there, if we say what you're saying right now, sweetie,
As far as what?
as far as putting a limit on the men get he's 70 and you're 30 or whatever,
Yeah.
that is that cannot be. That's a no. Why is it a no? Because what's going to end up happening, what you said your mom went through, that's what you're going to start seeing more of.
Why you say that?
Because a man's responsibility is to take care of his family. There is no if and buts about it. And
sure.
her responsibility is to maintain her home.
Yeah.
All right, let me jump in.
I'm not going to be with a man that's not going to make sure that mine is taken care of. I'm going to do my part because I know my role and responsibility as a woman, but I'm not going to be with any man that cannot come in and handle his business, meaning taking care of responsibilities.
Oh, so you feel like a man should do 100% of the bills in the household?
And she should be doing 100% as well. She's doing 100% in home. He's doing 100% out sweating his brow.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, all right. Let me jump in.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's have Malik come in. Go ahead, Malik.
First of all, it's broken down to 55% is body language, 35% is the actual tonality, 8% of the words. So it's actually 37%. But lady in the middle, I'm a kind of think you're gonna have to get off that mom's Mabley thing right there, and the man do everything, because financially the woman may be better with monitoring money. See, what happens in the black household is this.
Please say that again, Malik.
The man
Please say it again.
The man pays. Hold on, homie. Hold on. The man pays everything, right? But see, the woman happens to know something that the man may not know. Because see,
Come on.
contrary to popular belief in the black
Mm,
home,
mm,
right now, I
mm,
guarantee you, if you surveyed 100 black families, don't nobody got 6 months of their bill money put to the side.
mm, mm.
Somebody got their S500 outside, but they live in an apartment.
Let's not only
Somebody
say
get ready to
black
go down to the mall. Somebody ready to go to the mall and cop that Louis bag and don't realize that the Louis bag you buying, he made just for niggas to buy. See, we get caught up as blacks on trying to keep up with the goddamn Joneses. Most black people you know and families, especially the women, you dress rich for broke people.
Mm.
If you survey, and this
I
is my
can't. I
mentor told me.
disagree with that. I dress rich for me.
Well, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. So I really don't like having a debate with a woman because I think men shouldn't debate with women. To me,
Right.
that's catty. But
Right.
I
you
agree.
dress rich for you, right?
Yes.
So just for an example, what's your definition of dressing rich?
Wearing whatever I desire to wear. If it's I mean, I just heard you say that Louis Vuitton is made for black people. It's not made for black people, but it's made for but it's made for everyone. And
Okay, let me
if
help you
I
out.
want to tote a Louis Vuitton, I feel that if I'm able to go out and make it happen, and all of my bills are paid, and I still if I lose my job or my husband lose his job, we're still good for at least 2 to 3 years. I feel like I'm able to go do that.
Okay, so you're telling me, without telling me, that right now in the bank you got 2 to 3 years of your bill money?
Yes.
Okay. So the Louis Vuitton bag that you carrying, right? If you
Mm-hmm.
got one with all them X's and all that stamp bag, you do know that that's an urban bag, right? Made for the black people. You do know that, right?
How is it made for the black people?
Okay, hold on. Let me help you out. Anybody on here seen Coming to America?
Yes.
Sir.
Remember
Yes, sir.
all that luggage that dropped off that goddamn cab?
Yep. Yes, sir. The hood just took the hood stole when they went inside.
What was it? What was it?
It was Louis.
Right.
Was it?
Louis
Remember
Evans.
that big chase? Remember it was a big chest that was on the floor? He had a big chest. A big chase. That was Louis Vuitton. Since, ma'am, you got a Louis bag, you know Louis don't even make that no more. You know why? Because it was urban. It became urban. Real Louis Vuitton, that those who can afford it, the only thing you see on it is his name. You're going to see one little small emblem somewhere so discreet that you don't see it. If you think I'm lying, all you got to do is ask. They'll tell you. If you think about it, the bag that you're carrying is dated. Coming to America was what, 87, 88, 89?
Mm,
But you're
yeah.
carrying that bag now in 2024 at a price tag of 4 times the amount. It's for black people.
But
All
speaking
that
on
you go
that
in the
though,
store and buy, that's for
those
blacks.
bags, those Louis bags really like, believe it or not, those bags are investments because some of the bags like that were, you know, made in the early 2000s, you definitely can sell them now for more money. Like let's say the tote that most women have is the Louis Vuitton tote. 5 years ago that bag was like $900. It was a canvas bag. Now you can't find that bag nowhere for less than like almost $2,000. So it's
Because,
like certain things are investments, and it's like when black women do it, it's like, oh, we're trying to show off or we're doing it for other things. But it's like, no, it's like for some of us, those are investments. You
man,
know?
That bag is not an asset. It's not an asset.
It is an asset.
It is an
Because
asset.
you know why? If I got my Louis Vuitton bag right now, I could sell it for more than I bought it for.
Okay,
That is an asset.
well, man, I want you to realize here's how you can tell it's not an asset. You can go to New York on Delancey Street, and goddamn Ming Lee got a whole block of them joints.
Yeah, but Min Lee is not getting what I'm getting for my bag.
That's not true. Okay, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know why? Because you go to a place, you sell it, they look at the bag, they authenticate it. They definitely can tell the difference. I'm from New York, born and raised. You definitely can tell the difference between the bag that you got from Delancey and the bag that you got from Louis Vuitton.
So tell me the difference.
One, Louis Vuitton bags are canvas. A lot of people don't even know that. They're not the only thing that's leather on those bags are the straps.
Man,
And
the difference in the bag is the stitching. It's the stitching.
You didn't let me finish. Also, the pattern. Louis Vuitton, when they make their bags, it's not a continuous thing. It's not made from one piece of canvas. If you look at real Louis Vuitton bags, the bags go in opposite direction, the monogram, excuse me, because they're stitched, as you said, together. You also can tell by the handles, do they have wear and tear on them? If they have wear and tear on them, obviously it's real leather. People have bags for 5 years and it looks brand new. That's how you can tell it's fake still. And if you go to any secondhand shop in New York, they'll be able to tell you that. Any woman that actually purchases real bags will be able to tell you that. Those bags are investments. Like a Birkin bag, a Chanel boy bag, a lot of these bags was worth $4,000 10 years ago. Now you're getting $6,000 more than what you paid for it. Those bags are absolutely an investment. Just like a man's watch, a Rolex.
You're talking two different things.
Oh no, I'm not. Don't say that.
Man, the bag is not an
Back to
asset.
the top. We'll not get back to
And like I was saying before, we got to talking about Louis bags. Most folks, especially in our community, they live above their means. They don't have.
That's another thing. It's not only black people. Actually, they just did, and I'll find the link for you. They recently did a poll all over the United States. Not only black people, like literally 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Period. No matter the race. So it's not really nice to say only black people because white people living like that too.
Okay, so again, if 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, again, you have a percentage that know how to properly manage money. And again, what I'm saying is you're supposed to have 6 to 9 months of your bill money put aside that you don't touch in case of emergency.
Yeah, that's 100.
I agree
And
with you.
also, I heard Rapper Ply said, and I didn't just hear him say it, but it's just some of the way Ply said it and broke it down to it, it hit different. But I heard Warren Buffett, I believe, and a lot of others in that era said, Ply said he only lives on 30% of his income. He saves in 70% of it.
Now, the key to that is the 30% rule. That's like most folks don't realize. The reason why they give you all these credit cards, you're only supposed to use 30% of what the maximum limit is.
Yeah.
And the key and the purpose is you're to pay, if you think about it and you know how it works, if you pay half of the payment 15 days before the due date and the other half 4 days before the due date, it dings your credit twice and increases your score.
So you just gave some game, Malik. You just got some jewels. You just gave some game right there. You just gave some game right there.
And again, Miss Dean's lady, I'm familiar with a Rolex. And you're right. A Rolex is an asset, but also it's dated. The older the Rolex, the more in value it is.
Right.
Unless you have a limited edition, i.e., when the Daytona came out, which is 2.5 million, they only made 1,200 of them.
Right.
But most folks don't know what a real Rolex looks like.
That's a fact.
You said you live in New York on Delancey Street. You can buy a Rollie with papers that you can take to some people and pass it off.
That's a fact.
Right.
A lot of
But
the
again,
jewelers out here now too, they're selling fake watches. Like they'll just put diamonds on them and sell them for thousands of dollars, and it's really fake watches.
right. And what most people don't realize is when
More,
you change the bezel, or you, as the blacks call it, when you bust down a rollie, it
Yep,
depreciates the value.
it sure does.
Drilling little itty bitty holes inside the gold.
Right. And again, most folks don't know what a real rollie is. Because if you survey them, most people say, oh man, that watch look good. I didn't know they still made watches that tick. If your Rolex tick, I'm going to need you to smash that mug on the curb. Because it's definitely fugazi.
Yo, brother Malik. I said the Rolex I want, like my lady would tell you, not to like brag or anything. Like when I do something, I want to do it. I'm bougie. The Rolex I want right now, I ain't in no position getting. So you get what I'm saying? The Rolex I
Right.
want, you're gonna spend $90,000 or better on it, and that's a fact. I want the rose gold anniversary with the olive face, and
You want
everybody know
is it the date just?
it's the date just
Yeah.
facts. And I ain't in no position to spend $90,000 right now.
Well, see, I'm definitely ready in the live. This was awesome, though. Va, I must come back again because now y'all talking about watches and I'm getting a little jealous.
Ah,
My Rolex is definitely old and it ain't nothing but a Submariner. But that's when I was actually getting that street money. But we're not
But
gonna have that conversation.
at least you have one though, still.
But again, Miss Lady, I'm from Baltimore. First of all, I'm from
Right.
Baltimore. Doug, I'm from Baltimore. And when we got money, we got money.
Yeah, facts. I heard.
Like we got that Rich Porter type money.
Right.
But again, the Rollie was a gift from my big homie. That's when you had a big homie, or what some people call OG big homie. So when big homie schooled me to the game, and one of the things he taught me was you definitely got to have a nice timepiece on your arm. Not a watch, a timepiece. And he gave me a regular old, like I said, this is Submariner. Nothing heavy. But again, we talking 94.
But that's still something that you could keep, right? And you pass it down to your kid. You understand, like that, like what you was just talking about. That's assets. And a lot of people, they don't have that. You know what I'm saying? I know you're trying to be humble about it, but it's still something good to have and a collector's piece.
Well, yeah, I'm humble now because my circle now, they got, like, my man got a Yacht Master. They got new rollies, but again, they work on the port. They old street dudes who work on the port. So he got 30, 40 grand to go buy a rollie.
Yeah.
So, I'm humble to have one, but again, the lessons I learned from these people, and they taught me about the money. 6 to 8 months of your money stash. Why go out here and buy Balenciagas, buy Levi's? Because Tasha only see dungarees. She don't care if they Balenciaga. My shirt hang over my tag. You can't see them, they Levi's. Like my man Uncle said, I got a dude from my sandbox. He wore Route 66 jeans from 80s to 90s till now. You can go buy them at Kmart. They was probably $10, $12 back then. They like $30-some now at Kmart. Route 66.
Wow.
Route 66.
Wow.
He left high school. He went to college through the military. I lied to you not. He's still driving a Honda Accord from the night with the flip-up lights. That joint run like it run. He does have a Mercedes because he has his own transportation company. He transportates cars on a fleet. But he very seldom drives it. But again, financially, he understood money and how it works.
Okay.
So all 13 of his kids have been to college, or a lot, because one is just 8. all 13 and everybody been to college or military, wherever they wanted to go, and he taught his kids financial literacy.
Okay.
So
that's
and
something.
that's a big part in the relationship. Like I said, somebody got to know how to keep that bread on top, and somebody got to know when to spend the buck.
Right.
And
So
that's
go ahead, Dean. I yield
now
back
I'm
to you.
saying, like, as far as you're saying with financial literacy, that's something, like, you get what I'm saying. We in black communities, we are not taught. White people are actually, like, I don't like just to make this about race thing, but white people, like, behind closed doors, they actually really sit down and learn that. You get what I'm saying? You'll be so, like, people don't understand when you sit down with people that's really got money. Yo, it's so many little things, like, we as black people, we just don't know, like, and it's like
Well, I disagree because we were taught that's what I was taught that because we was about buying
but
property.
I see I Nisima, not, you got what I'm saying. I'm from New York City. Trust me, we are, yo, you will be surprised. We are very much ass backwards in this city.
Right.
As he said earlier,
Trust me,
I'm
I've
telling you.
been there. When I come
Tell-
there for the
I'm
trial, I learned that real quick.
See, all right, so boom, motherfuckers will really be in the projects and got a Urus downstairs. Literally, we talking about paid for cash, living in the projects,
Hundreds of thousands of dollars
and
in
really
jewelry.
and walking exactly, and got hundreds. We talking about, we not talking about like, yo, we ain't talking about no knockoffs. We talking about motherfuckers will really
Yeah.
have this, and you mean to tell me you don't have a house?
Well, I was surprised when I came to New York. I mean, I've been to New York on numerous occasions, but never there for court. But to hear, the people talk, how the white man is talking down to the black man and thinking that we're less than, and we're literally allowing that to go on. I just felt like that was so backwards for me. And then to go out in the park and see all of these black nannies with I just that was different for me. I've never seen that before.
Oh yeah, that's something very very common. Like black Jamaican, just any type of color, like Guyanese. A lot of them are like nannies to white families, and they're like full time raising raising these children. Not even like go home and have their own family.
Nisimo, that's been the history. That's been the history of our people.
Yeah.
White folks have always paid black people good to take care of their children. My great grandmother got paid crazy money to take care of 2 little Jewish kids. I mean, every week she got $1,000. We talking back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Cash money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. But let me say this, Miss Dean wife, since you talk about an asset, let me tell you what your girl Beyonce and Jay-Z, they just brought today or yesterday.
I already know what you about to say, Brother Malik, but you can go.
But Dean, this the part, and Unc, I want you to listen.
All right.
They were talking about it, they brought a $200 million mansion that sits on, I think, 30,000 square acres.
Yeah.
It's the rich.
Can I ask this question? Are y'all sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure because when they
the reason why I'm asking, are you sure? Because Beyonce and Jay-Z they do what we do in oil and gas. We'll buy a building, we buy the building, but we sell the building and lease it back out.
Well, Nisimo, listen. Regardless of what they did, when they brought the building, they paid for it in cash. And you know what paying for it in cash means? It means I got money to say, fuck you.
But I'm saying because most of the properties that they have, they're leasing them.
They lease them out because Nisimo.
No. They are leasing them
from someone.
Nisimo. They lease them out through a company under that conglomerate. Because it's a tax shelter. Hear me, Nisimo.
Oh,
A
I
conglomerate.
know that. I understand that.
So then why would you say they lease it? That's
Because
what they do.
what I'm saying, they bought the property, they sold the property, and now they're leasing it.
Because they have financial stake in it. This is a house they just brought to live in. Because they don't go outside to eat, shop, and all that. see, Nisimo, listen. I want you to hear me. And I'm going to give y'all some more game talk and I'm gone. See, us as black people, we like to play the short game. 21 blackjack, hits, pity pat.
Not pity pat. Not pity pat. I declare war.
See, other ethnicities, they play the long game.
Yeah.
If you listen to Warren Buffett, he was telling somebody the other day, he said, well, I just made $300 million on my last deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's for my grandkids.
That's generational wealth, Malik. Generational wealth.
That's the long game, Nisimo.
Yeah, that's all I've been saying.
See, we so caught up again, like I said to you, for dressing rich for broke people, that we missing the biggest play on the planet.
Yeah.
Biden sent the Americans over to Ukraine for war. The president of the Ukraine and Vladimir Putin are planning on how technology and things are going to be 100 years from now when they gone, so that they family got generational wealth.
Yep.
But here it is, we caught up on why the troops over there. Smoke screen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See, that's what I say to you. And that's why I say it can't be 50-50. Because see, wifey going to catch something that you going to miss. You going to catch something that she going to miss. And y'all got to keep each other on the pivot. See, that pivot is important.
Yeah.
See, everybody talk about Michael Jordan is the GOAT because he got 6 rings. Shit, Robert Ory got 7 rings, and he wasn't no goddamn superstar. But he played his part. See, it's about playing your part. If you play your part, everybody wins.
The teamwork make the dream work, Malik.
Everybody wins.
And that's why I agree with you, because I was saying, like, I feel like, of course, the man should, take majority of the house, but it's like in a modern relationship, it's like it kind of got to be split, not financially, but just everything in life. Like, I work, I'm a flight attendant, I'm gone 3-4 days out the week. I can't be here every night to cook my man a meal every day and take care of my house every day. But that's where he comes in to help me, you know what I'm saying, and make sure that he picks up on my slack, and then I can also help him and uplift him by doing little things like paying our phone bill or paying the cable bill.
See, Nisimo, I'm gonna give you one more. Hold on, Nisimo, I'm gonna give you one more.
Okay.
See, you with that Louis bag, you living on the grid. You know, it's folks out here living off of solar power and well water. Just imagine if you ain't had to pay no goddamn BG&E bill.
I have a solar panel and I have well water.
See? So now you get what I'm saying. See,
come on now.
A lot of us play the short game. That's a major move. You cut your BG&E and water out.
Right.
So now, all you got to do is plant your own vegetables and herbs out front.
Don't go there, Malik. My goodness.
And look what else you cut out.
I said that I talked about the vineyard earlier. I said that earlier. How we should have our own. I was talking about the Black movement in the community.
I guess maybe I need to let y'all know. We are in the country, and I'm that country girl. We do the country stuff.
Okay. So now, Nisimo, now you ahead of the game in a sense because you're in the country life. I'm gonna give you one more. I want you to realize the most biggest play that's going on. Everything is going electric, right? If
Mm-mm.
you pay close attention, I think it was 1990, 2000. Duracell made a commercial on how they put a chip in the dog, and when the dog got lost in the park, the lady went into her pocketbook and pulled out this little transmitter to find the dog. Y'all
Mm.
remember that?
Mm.
Okay.
Vaguely,
Here's
vague.
another piece. In like the mid 2000s, I know in Baltimore, we had a major identification fraud. They was making driver's license, so they changed the driver's license. When they
Wow.
put that barcode on the back of the driver's license, for a lot of those who remember, that license was going to be your credit card, bank card. That you were going to have all your information on that one card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Fast forward again, a little bit more. If you got an iPhone, you know you can store your license on your phone.
Okay.
You can
Yeah.
store your license and all
That-
your cards in your phone.
They
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, brother Malik, but they only do it for like 4 states.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Dan, hold on. Watch this. Here's the biggest play. What do you think COVID was about?
Oh, you gonna go there, Malik? You gonna go there?
I just want somebody to tell me what they think COVID was about.
I think COVID was a test to see how much people was gonna listen to the government. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like
so, Miss Lady.
They
Okay,
wanted
that's
to
what
see
you
how
said?
much we're gonna listen. Yeah, I feel like they wanted to see how much we would like take in stride of what they say and really like, you know what I'm saying, see how much they could keep us in line.
Okay. You realize COVID was created for Big Pharma?
Okay.
Now, here's the biggest play, and I want you to realize this. Well, thing. You know you can watch TV right now, and you can see a pill for every goddamn thing.
Right.
You know, in the United States, we the only country that has advertisement commercials for medication.
Okay.
Remember, and here's the funny thing. I remember I used to date this young lady in 2004. She had a baby girl. I used to watch Dora and be backpack. And every morning they would show a commercial for erectile dysfunction. I was like, damn, that shit kind of crazy. Then I thought, I was like, shit, how many dads are up watching Dora with their daughter this time of the morning? And then I start watching other kids' show. Oh, if you think you got COPD or if you think, I said, damn, they showing all these commercials for medicine doing cartoons. If you think about fast forward now, somebody on here say something about the LGBT or something about the kids are learning about homosexuality.
We not, nephew Val said we not even gonna even step in that.
We not.
Step in that radar. We don't want none of that. We don't want none of that. We don't want none of that smoke.
We don't.
Miguel, you next, Sir Miguel, after Malik.
We not. But damn, kind of strange about Walt Disney though, ain't it? That's like,
yes, sir.
That's like,
yes,
I think you mentioned something else. I think you mentioned something about something towards the you have to sit down sometimes and he gonna bring you through the situation.
Yeah.
You realize that since Bill Cosby came home and he ain't talking about NBC, ain't nobody giving a fuck about Bill Cosby.
Malik, you better say that. Say that.
Every now and then they say, oh, well, this lady wants to say, and even down to Donald Trump. You know, and I hate to say this, and I don't want no women to think I'm discriminating, but he got more allegations about drugging women for sex. Now, we all know back in the day, a couple chicks wanted that Brad Smokey up in them. Or whatever the other little popular date rape drug was. That like when Cisco was out, or even down to, or
Wow, I
down to
remember.
when chicks pop Molly. You knew why you was trying to pop a Molly. So cut it out. How you gonna
Yeah,
say he drugged you? You knew what it was.
yeah, they had to take that off the market when it first came out. That's Cisco, 'cause they had liquid crack in it.
But
Yeah,
a lot of times, again, like I said, especially in relationships, you gotta lead each other with that pit. Hold, check this out. Look, what's going on? Check this out. Ho. And I think it's easier for y'all to be kind of like two lines that parallel. You know what that means? You equal. So if it's gonna be 100 to 100, 100 to 100. But you gotta be equal, because that way y'all can put your back to her back and y'all catch everything. And y'all get to actually build together. And in case one fall, the other one can say, sit back till you get it together. I got it.
That part right there. That's
Yo,
exactly where
yo,
I wanted to go with that. When he hit it on the head right there.
yo,
So
brother Malik.
I want
Yo,
to thank everybody. Go ahead, Miles.
now saying, and it's just like not even just in a relationship. I like that you even said that, cause that's just like even in the streets. Well, as I said, I'm just speaking on my city, and my lady could tell you. You just feel me? Listening from what you said, I could tell you was once in the streets at one. You feel me? At one point in New York, it's not like that, bro. How you said, like, basically, like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, all right, I'm trying to like break it down. Like in New York, it's always you see one man leading the pack. He looked like something, and then everybody around him just looked dirty. But
Well,
then,
I don't know if that's just in New York, because I got some partners that came from New York to be more, who locked it down on the bread. But the one thing I learned about New York people, they want to stick out. Like my man AZ, he's from Harlem. This is the only nigga I know rock a fur in 50-degree weather. I'm like, yo, my guy's 50 degrees. Yeah, and he want to pop champagne. And he want to stand on Broadway and Federal popping champagne with the Benz in the middle of the street running double park.
Malik, I said something earlier, and to Dean Bella, something that Ice-T has said. He said there was two type of hustlers. Based on what you said, man, it's so funny you said that. He said you got one hustler who hustles to be seen, and then you have another hustler that hustles to disappear.
You know what? It's funny you said that, because a rapper said the other day on IG, he said it's funny. We as rappers hope, and entertainers hope to get a breakthrough so we can come out of the hood. But as soon as we make it, why we run back to the hood? That's like every now and then I go back to my old neighborhood. So every now and then I go through Lexington Terrace. But I realize it ain't shit in Lexington Terrace. So, you just go through and you may catch somebody coming through, but like they really struggling in the hood now. It's not like they killing each other. If you get 5 cents more than your man is mad.
Wow.
Oh
yeah.
Yep.
It's that there is no more honor.
Right.
And like I said, especially one of the ladies, I think Nisimo said something about courting.
Yeah.
You can't court women now because women don't believe in being courted. Right now, they want a hand up. She wants you, the first thing she wants is them red bottoms. Oh, girl, you know, ho.
Say in your opinion. Say in your opinion.
I believe Malik.
Okay. Well, hold on.
All women don't
I'm
think
gonna
that
tell
way.
you.
Just
It's
say
all
in
about
your
the
opinion.
individual. It's
That's
all
all
about
I'm
the
asking.
individual.
Just say in
And
your opinion. Because
Okay.
all women don't feel that way. All women don't want or need a hand up. You know?
Okay. So I'm gonna say this.
Just say in your opinion. You know?
Okay. I'm gonna tell you a real live true story. So the other day we was out at the little spot, and I met the little broad, right, the little Joan. So she says to me, do you have a passport? I said, yeah. She says, well, I'm into traveling out the country. I said, well, that's what's up. So I said, well, I actually got to get my passport renewed because it expired. She says, well, why are you talking to me because you don't have a passport? And immediately I stopped and said, I said, so what are you thinking? So she was scrolling through her IG page. And my homegirl said, she said, yo, you know that bitch fronting, right? I said, huh? She said, that bitch fronting. I said, but why? She said, I bet you didn't know that you can pay for a trip on credit. I said, huh? It's programs where you get a $5,000 travel limit and you can book a flight and a trip to Dubai tomorrow and go on the trip on Friday and don't have to pay for it till next month.
Wow.
The key word you said in that was you met a little bride. A real woman is handling her business.
Okay,
Right.
okay. Well,
Right.
let's say this, Nisimo. Real
Oh,
woman.
that wasn't me.
That's
Nevertheless,
not a real woman
okay.
handling her business. So the key word was a little bride.
That was who?
Stop messing with little brides.
That was Lavish Lady.
I call them brides because I don't want to call them the other word. Or I call them Johns. Nevertheless, this is what I'm saying.
That was Lavish Lady, Malik. That was Lavish Lady that was speaking to you.
Okay, well, Miss Lavish Lady, this is what I'm saying. And it was kind of baffling to me. But you tried to put it out there on the presentation that you travel abroad like that.
I follow you.
Immediately, I was thinking, surely you ain't got 10, 15, 20,000 just to blow like that. Because the trip to Dubai costs a couple coins.
Right.
But when I found out you paying for it on credit at $200 a month.
Malik, let me say this here. When I say courting, courting don't just stop when after you've gotten married. You're courting even while you're married.
That part.
Nisimo, slow down and replay. Please slow down and replay because you given a life of game. And I don't think nobody missed what you just. I think they missed what you just said.
No, we picked up
It is
put down.
from marriage. It is
Hold on. Lavish Lady and Nisimo. Hold on. I can rebuttal for myself. Listen, Nisimo and Lavish Lady, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with you court all the way through your relationship to your marriage, all the way through. Now, let me just ask a real simple question.
Come on with it.
How much effort do you put in to that situation? Because usually what happens sometimes.
Elaborate, Malik.
Once a woman get the man.
No.
Let him finish his thought, Nisimo. Let him finish his thought. We're gonna be, let him finish the thought. Elaborate on that, Malik.
I'm gonna say this. I ain't gonna elaborate. Nisimo, congratulations to your 14 years of marriage. And
but you just said once a woman. You got to speak only. You can speak for a man.
I said once a woman or a man. But again, Nisimo, congratulations on your 14 years of marriage. So next year should be a ring size up. That's what happened at 15 years, ain't it? Like something happens with the rings.
I'm assuming.
Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe.
Listen to me.
No,
I'm not being smart ass.
Man,
I'm not being smart. I know
this is my nephew, Big Live.
every 5 years in a marriage.
Hold up, Malik. Please,
It's some
respectfully,
type of ritual. Every 5 years, like the
my brother Malik. Please, let us take a breather. I just want us to take a breather for a minute. Please let us take a breather for a minute. Everybody's voice is valuable and need to be heard. We're gonna have mutual respect and agree to disagree and let that breathe so that the chat can digest what is being said from each individual. Because people in the chat are just not in the chat to be entertained. They want to be blessed.
That's facts.
They want to be blessed. However
Absolutely.
however that looks for you, whatever that means to you. There's some people in the chat are going through hell and high water in their life, and they can't even articulate what's going on. The spirit of the living God just spoke to me.
Oh my God.
What I mean is, what I mean is, nothing is by accident. We all saying it. Malik saying it. Everybody is saying it. We got a wealth of information so deposited in our spirit. We got to understand that we need to lock shoulders with one another. It ain't no hate and no different ethnicity, because at the end of the day, it's all a human family with all them ideas, all them lessons, all the experience that we can learn and grow from. We can agree to disagree, but it has to be in love and respect and appreciation for a person's process of thought. Like, wow, I got to write that down. I can use, man. Now I got inspiration for my entrepreneurship. I didn't understand what Malik just said about that. Nisha Mo just gave me some game about marriage. She dived into the core essence of what it looks like so that you're not hit like a blind soldier.
It's been a lot of gems dropped, and it needs
Go
to
ahead,
be.
JT. Go ahead, JT. I yield back.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I second what you're saying, brother. I just want to add on to it. A lot of gems are being dropped that need to be absorbed and examined. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just sitting back in the cut listening, and I'm happy that Brother Muse came in and interjected when he did. So let's just go back a little bit and just examine what was said. And so the chat and everybody that's viewing can get a full description and understanding of the conversation and the dialogue that's going on right now. Because you don't really. Shout out to Big Vi for one. Let's take our hats off to Big Vi and Lavish Lady for
Much
conducting
love,
this.
baby. Much love, sweetie.
And Lavish Lady also for those two have put this together, and we here and Brother Muse doing a great job refereeing this great dialogue that we have in it. Nisi Mo and Deem and Sir Miguel and Brother Malik. You know what I'm saying? And Deem and Miss Deem, you know what I'm saying? We all here, on the 24-hour live joint. Man, this is a great conversation. I'm enjoying it.
And even Jeff and my brother Muse and Malik, listen, even in dating, you're still courting. You don't get comfortable even in dating. Don't ever, because once you get comfortable, then you lose something. It's something that's being lost that you're looking for, he's looking for, and you'll never find it. So
Great.
every day you are learning each other. You're gonna learn each other until God calls one of you home.
Yes.
And for Dean and Miss Dean, let me tell you guys, the only thing that I can share with you in dating, in courting, and just learning one another and just being there for one another, always remember, what you don't see, you don't believe it.
Right.
Elaborate Mo a little bit for us. Walk us through that.
And what I'm saying, if somebody come to you, your girlfriend, and always remember the source that brings the bone. If she coming to you and say, girl, I saw Dean in the mall rocking this, and now you know him. And if you don't know him, I suggest everybody on this chat to get to know your mate.
Facts.
And when I say get to know them, I mean get to know them. Know how they breathe, know how they sleep, know how they eat, know how they drink, know where they go, where they won't go, where they will go, what they wear, what they won't wear. You need to know that.
Got to learn each
Because
other.
when the game change up,
Mm.
you're gonna say to yourself, hold on. When did you start wearing those type of undies?
Message.
Did I buy that?
Uh,
Right.
Why are we doing new tricks now?
I agree with you. I
Come on,
agree
Miss
with you,
Mo.
Nisi Mo.
I
Come on, Miss
concur
Mo.
100%.
I
Come
agree
on,
with
Miss
you.
Mo. We walking with you. We
So
walking
when
with you.
where you learn that new trick?
But
When? How that come about?
Nisi
Learn
Mo,
everything.
you don't eat blueberries 60 years in a
Everything.
row, and then
Everything.
and then on the 60 years, and then the first day you want to eat strawberries.
Ha!
I'm gonna
Talk
start
to, you better talk black to me.
I'm gonna start questioning something.
You better
Now,
talk black to me.
now that's why I mentioned earlier, Miss CC, about when you focusing on a soulmate and you're trying to go toward marriage. I've mentioned this before in our love language episode from a little while back on Big Five. You chemistry, number one.
Mm.
That's our makeup. You know, that
Hmm.
chemistry gotta be there.
That
But
chemistry
that's
gotta be there.
that's keep it a band. We ain't gonna get our all spiritual. We ain't gonna wait. We human beings. Come on now. God made us social.
Hmm.
God made us so. Come on now. Let's keep it one. Let's keep it a band.
Keep it all the way 100.
That chemistry. Now after the chemistry, there must be a connection there.
Connection.
Now let me back up and go back, JT, to
I need
chemistry.
you to get deep with that one right
Yes,
there.
That
yes, indeed.
that chemistry is unlike anything that you might encounter with any other human.
Mm-hmm.
It's an indication. This may be
That's it.
this may be my soulmate, but if you not laying on your face before God, whatever your
Speak,
ritual is,
baby.
whatever is your go-to, whatever your spiritual awakening, whatever is your belief system, however it is you get to your core, whatever that is, you must make sure that it's not about anything lustful, anything physical. Chris Rock summed it up in one of his stand-up. You are there to serve.
Serve and serve one another.
It's
That's
a
it.
Yep.
giving, it's a giving in the sharing from two souls, from one another, meeting the need, making a decision, JT, committing to that individual to meet their needs for the rest of their natural life.
Mm.
In the words of Malik, when he used the word without expectation. Because when you look at
Mm.
expectation and you really pull back the layers, what our intention is, a lot of times it's narcissistic. You know what I mean? It's selfish because we haven't healed and we haven't matured in a way to understand God brought us
That,
together. And I'm going
oh,
to go to number three. I said chemistry, I said connection, and you got to be whole. You can't
oh,
expect.
you on a microphone or speakerphone or something?
I'm doing the
Oh,
same thing
oh,
I did.
yeah.
Nephew. I did not change anything. I didn't touch anything. I didn't change nothing, nephew. But I yield back though. I haven't changed anything.
I don't
I
know.
haven't
We
changed.
gonna have copies of Uncle Mew's rebuttal after the show for $1 for all those who want to make a donation. He just dropped some major facts and points in there.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said and when he talked about that connection, ladies, I can give you what I know, and you guys can share in when you feel like it. That connection meaning, okay, when you are intimate, remember, the man will never feel what a woman feels, because remember, the man is inside of the woman, not the woman inside of the man. That's why man was made for woman and woman made for man. So I'm saying that to say, once you have become intimate, you are now connected. There is a connection there. Whether you want it to be or not, there is a connection. And that woman she gets vulnerable after her intimacy with her mate. So therefore, she's looking for you, the man. After you have been intimate with one another, she's looking for you to caress her, to hold her, to share and talk to her, not turn your back to her. Because that's when she's most vulnerable.
That's deep, especially, you know, when you really think about that. Like she said, she broke that thing down. We as men are inside of the woman, not the other way around. So that connection hit different for a woman than to do a man.
Facts, and I
Yeah,
knew
she's
that.
absolutely right.
That's one of the first things, and that's where, and I hate to say this, man, that's why the connection of chemistry is so important to women. Like, and not male bashing, and not sounding like sometimes as a male your goal may be to prove a point or to get a particular reaction, but for women, it's that connection of I allowed you into my inner sanctum, and forbid y'all exchange fluids. It's a whole nother thing that women go through that we be like, huh? And then we wonder, you know, you be thinking that she crazy. She not crazy. She just letting you know that, yo, that's that chemistry. I'm really digging you. I'm hoping you ain't trying to play with my emotions. And, you know, maybe we can work on this thing for a long term.
Remember, that woman, that's her temple. That's her temple.
Let me go back over this again and back up and rewind. I want y'all to follow me. I don't want y'all to hear me with y'all ears. I don't want y'all to hear me with your ears. I want you to hear me with your soul. There's a couple of skits that individuals do on YouTube. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Big Ja.
I know exactly. You talking about Bullhead
Yeah. Big Ja.
from Cali. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what he's from, nephew Dean. And then what's my other brother? He said it's not Nelly. He do the skits. He got the glasses on. He doing his thing. And the young lady that do it, her name is Efran, I think it is. She always play the crazy skit role characters. That's another one. You follow what I'm going?
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. The first one I'm not familiar with.
So you get what I'm going. So you're familiar with that arena. It's different ones, and they done branched off, and they got their own channel, their own pages, but they interwoven, and they make guest appearance, they do their thing. But yet, if you go in the comment section, y'all please hear me with your soul, not with your ears. I'm talking about chemistry. And you'll hear some of them say with Big Ja, they might like Miss Red, they might like, you know, so and so. They said, man, they got good chemistry, bro. They said so and so when they be acting with them, you know, my boy Jay Horn, he got his thing, he got his elite crew. You know what I mean? He said, man, when him and so and so hook up, man, their chemistry is off the chain. Did you catch that? That ain't nothing.
Yes.
That ain't nothing to do with nothing physical, nothing intimate, nothing sexual. The connection. You can sit in a room and you can be in a conference meeting for a big deal. You see a colleague across the table. You don't even know the person, but you remember them. The last several events in this particular conference, I'm always seeing that person, and when that person shares what they have to say on the topic and the agenda that we got at hand that we're discussing, it's like, man, we like locked. It's like we just locked. Like it's like we connect. Like man, you fit, man. Yeah. Afterwards, hey, can I take you out to lunch? I'm like man, I really appreciate what you were saying because man, you really stirred my thinking up. Like wow. So
And
yeah,
that
it's like
connection.
it's like, they didn't have no sex, JT.
No,
Mm,
it was strictly
uh,
platonic. It was, you
uh,
know, yeah, that connection
uh,
was,
But you do
man.
that
know, my brother, you can be intimate and you can be sexual without being sexual.
got all of that,
Mm,
Nisimo. I got all that, Nisimo. But when you get
Yes,
to
you
the
can, Niecy
intercourse,
Mo.
when you get to the intercourse part, where two come together and share that wonderful moment right there, that's not what I'm even talking about.
But
Because
I'm
when you're
saying
looking for
once you can be sexual without being in the bed. Let me put it that way.
Intimate. You can be sexual without being sexually
Yes,
physical.
because you don't that I mean
Absolutely.
intimate doesn't all the time mean that we're hopping in the bed. Intimate means
Exactly. It's
we're
not
sitting
physical.
here watching a movie and we're so into that movie, that love language is actually speaking for me and him. That means he's into this movie so much to where he's able to cry. He's
mm.
crying. That's intimate for a woman. It's just looking at a movie. That's intimate for. So when we make it to the bedroom, oh wow, it's taking it to a total different level.
Hmm.
I'm not talking about nothing sexual. That didn't even get on the surface yet. That ain't even a discussion yet. That's not even a topic of discussion. Remember the title of what I said, soul mate, which what I'm saying. It's kind of I'm using that loosely. So if so allow me to walk with me with that. I'm using that loosely. It ain't it ain't etched in stone. You got
Big
the
Val,
way.
let me find out.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Are
Big
you back?
Val, let me find out you was crying while watching Steel Magnolias. We gonna have a problem.
So when you're talking about the human makeup, how men and women, our makeup are. Women are empathetic. It's in their DNA. They born like that. God uniquely put that in their DNA. But men are sympathetic. Like man, bro, man, I feel you, man. Bro. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man. My heart goes out to you, man.
It's a
Man,
big difference.
yeah. But when I say empathetic, that not that men can't, women have that more part of that empathetic because they actually place themselves in that scenario. How they able to do that so naturally like that? Because they are nurturers. They have feelers in them. They can hear a cry of a baby and be able to determine whether the baby is hungry, they need to be fed, you know what I
And
mean?
know who baby it is.
Yeah, or the baby need to be changed. So
It
what
can
I'm
be five babies crying, but
so
you
what
know what baby it is.
right. So what I'm saying is that we're not equal as far as the biological makeup, how we are designed to balance one another. However, we are equally as important because we both have different creational roles that balance one another out. Where women are innately born to be multitask, men are laser focused. We zero in, bam, go to the next one. Bam, go to the next one. Women, because they are nurturers, the first teacher of the child, they got feelers in them. They are multitask. So when you take that laser focus and multitask and you bring that together, now you have a wonderful blend and balance the way to create and design it. If that's your belief system, and no disrespect to anyone who don't follow that belief system, but yet you can hear what I'm saying and take some goodness out of what I'm saying. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So there's a difference. So you got that chemistry there. So you got to make sure that you are doing, that person is doing, so that when you meet, it's not about what I can get, how I can be blessed, what this person can do to satisfy me, what they can bring in my life. In and of itself, those things are not bad or evil, but that shouldn't be the prerequisite. It shouldn't be the foundation of you entering that when you have the thought of this gonna be my life partner.
All right, would you say just I hate to interject.
Go ahead, JT.
Now would you I want to tie this back in to Kels, and not just Kels, but just celebrities in general. Would you say that they are at an automatic disadvantage to find something that we're speaking of that is real, is when we talk about courting and people genuinely, finding themselves in a meaningful relationship just because of their celebrity? Are they at an automatic disadvantage of finding that because everybody is an ulterior motive in the beginning just because of who they are?
Well, I think what's his name spoke that Boosie. He spoke that when he was talking about Kels. He said, I know, and he said, and anybody in this industry know that we automatic. First of all, he said, us being Black men, we come in at a disadvantage. But now that we have gotten this on this status level, we have a lot more disadvantages against us that's stacked up against us, because that means the world is looking at us they're ready for us to make a mistake, and the women have been groomed to go after men like us.
Now, stop right there. I would say that all of us are at what you just said, Nisimo, and I agree with you 100%, that all of us are at a complete advantage as it pertains to someone that would a celebrity being targeted just because of their celebrity. We are at an advantage because we meet people, what they say, on the surface.
Yes.
And either they gonna rock with you or they don't. You don't have too many people with an ulterior motive that just because of your fame or your celebrity status. So we have more of an advantage. People want to be. You got to take that with a grain of salt. But I think, in hindsight, I'm happy that I'm not famous. You know what I'm saying?
But you are famous, and you no, we're not gonna do that. No.
No, I mean, I'm just saying as famous as a R. Kelly or a
you there and you don't even realize it, but you there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like on the surface, yeah, okay, but when we look at it, like, I still look at a person that on that radar. I'm not on that radar as far as, but at the same time, I'm gonna take what you said in consideration. You do meet people that will come with a hidden agenda, but I would pray for somebody that has that type of celebrity status with everybody that you meet. It don't have to be a relationship. It don't have to be in that vein. It's just that, just to tie it back in to the pressure of these Black entertainers or celebrities. They deal with so much just coming at them,
and they cannot be natural. They can't be just go eat a burger. For instance, go to McDonald's and just eat a burger without
Exactly.
something behind me just eating a burger, just wanting to go eat a burger and remember my mama, think about my mama. I'm not supposed to do that because of my celebrity status. That's just taking it a bit far.
It's almost like slavery, you know.
Yes,
You a
yes,
slave to your fame. I remember Tupac speaking of something like that. You know what I'm
yes.
saying? Like, man, I can't, it got to a point where, I never thought that I would be fearful for my life around my own people.
My own people. This man was literally in a club, and you got a woman that, as I forgot the other guy's name. What did he call her? Lady Lavish. What he call the woman? Lady Lavish.
Who?
Malik. What did he call the woman?
Oh, a broad.
A broad. Yeah, you had a broad, literally pulling this man's clothes down and giving him oral sex in a club. That's what you call a broad. But anyway,
Yeah.
but he got to go to jail for that. I need somebody to help me make that make sense.
Exactly. It's that
But
target.
he got to go to jail for that.
Target.
And this man was literally crying in tears when he was at the courts talking about this here. I can't understand. I didn't do anything wrong. What did I do that was wrong?
Brother Jeff, what was the statement by J. Edgar Hoover?
Hey, the rise of any potential black messiah must be neutralized.
And what does that mean? Please expound.
Slavery is still going on. Slavery is still going on.
A black messiah is basically symbolic of any black man that has the potential to galvanize the majority or a certain population of black people. If you're able to be a potential leader, you are considered a black messiah.
So
okay,
Tupac,
hold on, stop.
Go ahead.
If you, I need you to put it in layman's term for the people that may not understand. If you are a heterosexual.
Yep.
We got you. I'm gonna walk with you. Walk with me, Nisa Mo.
If you are a heterosexual man.
Walk with me.
You are a problem to the black race as well as the white race.
Yep.
Pac said in prison. It's an interview. You can get it on DVD. You can even go to Amazon.
A traditional, strong, heterosexual man.
Pac said, when you do have those individuals, JT, that stand up for our community, they don't get the support. They get taken out. You know, paraphrasing. They're in paraphrasing. They are in alliance with the narrative to take away any way that wakes up out of our sleep. Shout out to Dr. Matula Shakur.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something that has happened in my industry, in oil and gas.
Let me finish making this point. I pass it to you, Nisa Mo. Let me make this point real fast. Pac was saying that when we do that and speak out, because he really believes in his soul, that I represent us. I'm the battles. I'm going to, you know what I mean? I'm articulating the pains and the suffering that a lot of our community, though the voices was not heard, it was swept under the carpet. He said, so I took what they deemed negative of we thugs and we all this and all this. So I redefined it and made an acronym out of it. The hate you gave little emphasis, F everyone, America. This is what you have created that you see in our community. The real issue of what's been going on, you have refused to address it. You have turned a blind eye to it. So with my voice and my gifting, I'm going to take the dirt that you have been sweeping under the carpet for many decades and centuries, and I'm going to present it back to you, America. This is what you have created. Now you must deal with that. So that was the thug life, the thug code. He put it as an acronym. It wasn't no rap group per se. So his thought was, I'm going to speak about the ills and the injustice and the real story. As shout out to Trex about Naughty by Nature said, I'm going to give you the story that you're not really hearing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get those who support me as supporters and fans, and the work that I do is my poetry and my rap. I'm going to get that following. MC Hammer, he's going to do the same with his following. Trex going to do the same with his following, his group. Snoop Dogg going to do the same with his following group. And we're going to create our own political party. In the words of, shout out to the honor of Louis Farrakhan and the summit he did 2010 with, shout out to Tavis Smiley, so that you in position government and elites address the real concern that we have, so that we force you with our concern to use your bully pulpit in position that we have put you in office to address. That's what Parkour's message was all about. They saw the difference when he spoke out of his forehead and his lineage and his pedigree and where he came from. We must go into his inner circle. We must infiltrate. We must infiltrate and steer him. Find what his weakness is. Find out what he's susceptible to. So if you ain't got individual that's found it, that can help you navigate through that you respect highly. So if you fall, hey bro, come on, I got you, bro. That ain't gonna be doing, bro. Then you will get so swept away and lose the focus. But then when he got shot, when he reminisced on the Black Liberation Movement, the work my mom put in, y'all didn't take it like you had supposed to. He felt some type of way about that. He carried that. Then when he got shot, it really messed his psyche up.
Yeah.
Something clicked in him that I never thought a black man would ever shoot me, because I represent them. He really believed to his core. And I give it to you, Nisi Mo, just like Bob Marley said, he really believed within the depths of his soul. He said all in his music, all in his interview, that he really could change the face of racism in America, in the world, on the planet, with music of goodness and love. Those elites, those pieces in position, they got the spirit of the living devil inside of them, did not want that. So if you don't have that alliance and that support to join with you to combat those demon forces that's controlling those individuals in position, then you outnumbered. So Pac was like, when we do speak up, y'all take them out. So he said, that's why you wonder why niggas live a negative lifestyle. Not that they choose to do nothing bad. The negative thought process was saying, it's safer to them because I don't have to worry about getting taxed. I don't have to worry about being muted. I don't have to worry about being silent because my own going to join forces with them, and the narrative is going to be spent. And like Malcolm X said, they're going to make the innocent person look guilty and make the guilty person look innocent. Welcome to America.
That's what we just witnessed. We witnessed that since 2019. We witnessed that in 2019.
Yep. And continue to.
And ask, as they stated on HN News, the question that I will always have, when? And I have to ask when will our people understand what's really going on with us? Why are we so quick to jump on the bandwagon to take our own out and don't even know the whole truth? And even if you knew the whole truth, What make you think that it's still going to be okay for you to go against your own? Because remember, for every one of theirs, it's 1,000 of ours.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to understand that. We got to get it together quick, fast, and in a hurry. And I have a problem when I constantly hear our people wishing and wanting our people locked up. That's a problem.
Yeah, I can't never co-sign that.
I would never, ever, ever. I've never been in prison, but I worked in the prison. So it was like I was in the prison.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I dare not allow anyone in my circle speak that type of language. Our men, they have so much fighting against them. We need our men. More so, we need our heterosexual men. Life is in the man.
Here's my thing with that, Lisa Mo. A lot of our, unfortunately, counterparts, our ladies in our community have been swept away and hoodwinked and bamboozled and deceived and led astray to join forces with the others in alliance to tear down the black man and work against them like that. So it's like a double-edged sword almost. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, and that's where I was going with that when you were speaking.
I'm gonna say this a year back. I have 5 sisters. You know what I mean? My mother's mother. She had 10 girls and 4 boys. You know what I mean? My dad's side, it was five girls and 4 boys. A lot of female cousins, kind of balance of men and women across both sides of my family tree. And I've learned, turning 57, that man, you have all type of resources across the globe of all ethnicities for ladies, for women, whatever the subject is, whatever the content is, to help them navigate, to improve all of that. And when I look at it, Brother JT, what do we got?
My brother, it's not to help them. That's the part they don't understand.
But follow me. We don't, where's our go-to? You know what I mean? Not being a victim, I'm sharing information to help us change our mindset that we were designed and created to be together. Together. God said it's not good that man should be alone. But before he brought woman on the scene, God did everything, provided everything. He set up everything. He created everything. He got everything in order. He got everything together. And he said to the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost said to one another, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. I mean, he's going to have the ability to speak those things that be not as though they were. We're going to, and he brought them. No one knows. Theologians try to expound on the time frame in history during that period, that God the Father, which was Christ, walking with Adam. And I'll term today in the hood language, giving him the blueprint, giving him the game, preparing him, putting him ruler over the planet, govern this awesome, this beautiful, everything. You name the animals, whatever you say it is, that's what it's going to be. Giving them a job, put them to work.
Mm-hmm.
And God said back after he completed man, which was the 6th day, after he did everything else, moon, star, everything is done, completed. He sat back and said, it's not just good. He said, you know what? That's very good. But it is not good that man should be alone. Here, I got to create him a help me to walk
But
side
what else did he say?
Exactly. That
side by
woman is
side
that
with
help
him.
me.
To walk side by side with him. Help me, meaning walk side by side with him to carry out the divine order that I have primarily placed on his shoulders. How I've created her in her creation role, he's going to need that information from her, that insight to help him navigate
Yes.
divine order.
Yes. To complete. He's not complete
So when you see
until
today, what you see is the enemy was allowed to be at one place because of what happened in heaven. Man has to have a test. He must be given free will and freedom of choice. Like God created the angelic host. He didn't create robots. He created them to agree, to decide not to, his governing, his laws, his statute, his precept. That you can choose not to serve me or not. You can choose to go against me. He created the angelic host like that because love doesn't force. Real love doesn't bully. Real pure in the essence of love that God woven in and created it must be out of the heart response of love. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a decision that you make. That's what real love is. It's not manipulated and bullied. It's not demanding. And that's what they chose to. They failed the test. And what you have now is the enemy ran down side by side. He can't create anything like God can, the creator. So what he do is pervert everything that God has established. So he twists the concept of what God established with the man and the woman in the relationship. And today you hear what you hear about those particular things or all of that. It's to get back at God. So he runs down through the course of time and history, doing his best, knowing has but a short time to pervert everything that God established as goodness. And yet we still have the power. And I yield back. The enemy can't do anything and make you do anything unless he has control of your free will. He can agitate you. He can harass you. He can try to manipulate you through various agencies, individuals, all of that. He can try to distress you. But we have a freedom of choice and free will.
what is that? What is that clicking?
He can't do anything unless we give over our freedom of choice and free will. And that's why we must learn and grow and mature into submitting and surrendering our will to God so that he can help us navigate through all the mess and the moral that we see that we have in this world. I yield back.
What is that clicking? Something is clicking.
You still here now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is.
It's gone now.
Okay, it's gone now. But my brother, it's one point I was waiting on you to say for the ladies, all the ladies in the chat. It said, a man that findeth What'd he say? My
Find a
brother?
wife, find
A
a
man that
good
findeth
thing.
a wife findeth a good thing.
Yeah, so that means
What? A what?
you got to be busy. That means you got to be busy.
What?
You got
What? Say that one more time, because a lot of people did not get that. I
I mean to
need y'all
find a
to
wife,
get it.
but people run over that verse and don't understand what that verse is talking about. I mean, you got to be busy doing your thing. You got to be busy. That means your relationship with God got to be intact. You got to be laying on your face before God. You got to surrendering your will to His will, so He can give you the keys and the secret to the kingdom, how to navigate and how He designed for you to be. You got to be busy doing that. You can't be sitting back doing anything, just sitting back doing nothing and thinking that's going to fall out of the sky. Somebody going to fall. No. Same concept with Jesus, with the disciples. He didn't get nobody who didn't want to work. He found people who was working, that was busy in their gifting, doing that thing. But the ones He picked, when you go back and analyze and break down the disciples, it covers everything that is needed for all of us to relate to. Everything that is needed. Because He started off with like 70, wound up with only 12. And it came down to actually 11. And during the day of Pentecost, the other 12 were put back in place to fill that spot that Judas had. But He asked them, He said, would you also leave? And the rest of the 12, an apostle said, Lord, where will we go? You have the words for eternal life. So it ain't always who start out with you, Brother Kelly. It ain't always who start out with you, because a lot of people start out with you can't go. They don't have the stamina. They don't have the endurance. They don't have the integrity. They don't have the emotional intelligence and the maturity. They not walking in integrity, not of the same mind and purpose. So everybody that start up with you ain't always the person that's going to end up with you. Not everybody can talk. And through life lessons and wisdom and teaching of God, you learn how to recognize and see the sign and say, okay, no. You know how they say, Mr. Mo, when you're 20, you're making some mistake and you're really trying to find yourself. They say, how the old folks say, you're trying to get things together. So you're gonna make some mistakes there. Then they say when you get 30, that's when the light bulb comes on. And then when you start awakening and realizing, if it don't, check yourself. I keep saying I gotta check myself before I wreck myself. Talking about self accountability, self ownership, self responsibility. You know what I mean? Then they say when you get 40 and above, that's when you start fooling yourself, and it is what it is. You say, and don't get into your thinking, because you can see a person come in a restaurant that you're dating, you're courting, and you can say, you know what? The way you just came in here, the way you just sat down, the way you just dialogue with me, yeah, I can see this ain't gonna work. That spirit comes off them. But if you ain't in tune, if you ain't in fellowship with the Messiah, with the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, you won't even recognize and notice and join yourself with a fool and going through hell and high water because you didn't go through those five principles I said. You didn't see if he had the chemistry with that. Then ain't gonna be with everybody else. That connection, it ain't gonna be like nothing ever else. It's gonna be a kindred spirit, and then you're both whole. You are healed. You're not still in your issues. You're not wallowing in unforgiveness and resentment. You have navigated and pushed through. You have done everything and whatever it is and continue to do to be the best healthy version of yourself. Then that fourth one, it must be divine confirmation. You got to get around those seasoned sisters and brethren of church who has integrity, spiritual integrity, can give you good wisdom and good counsel. In a multitude of counsel, the word says, there is safety. Being that fifth one, most critical as well, a sense of purpose. Why are you considering marriage? Why are you getting married? What are you considering? What do you think that's why are you coming together? What is the purpose that you have? It is before to be validated, to be held up in esteem for the other person, is to be adored, is to get something this to satisfy something that's within your being and your minds that you want to satisfy? Or are you committed to what the Holy Spirit wants to do in you and through you to help you encourage and use you as an instrument so that he can fulfill the purpose that he has for that other individual? And that purpose and that assignment is like on the same course. And what you see you need to do and accomplish, oh man, I got you something. That's what that person is for. That's your sense of purpose. That's the core foundation of what it should be built on. Not because you want to have and nothing wrong, have children, have family, nice careers, all of that, have fine things like nothing wrong with that. But if you let that be the end all be all, you're gonna be sadly mistaken. You're gonna be really disappointed. But if you go with what that sense of purpose is in the context of what God designed and what God purposed you to come together for his glory and his pleasure, for your purpose, oh, everything else that comes with that as a accompaniment, woo, nothing but icing on the cake. I yield back.
Absolutely,
Thank-
bro.
that was awesome. Awesome. Absolutely. And so with ladies, I don't know if we were following and understood what he's saying. So I'm gonna say it in layman's term. As man, the man, your mate, your soulmate, as he follows Christ, we will automatically follow him.
Yep. That's what Apostle Paul said. Follow me as I follow Christ.
But let me say this here. Now you married Joe Blow and he ain't following Christ. He's still your headship. That's who you chose. So don't get in it and then say, well, you ain't following Christ. No, but you knew he wasn't following Christ before y'all got married.
Mm-hmm.
But what is your responsibility to do? Work out your own soul salvation and keep praying and keep on praying and keep on praying. And I promise you, prayer does work.
Well, that's what it says. Be unequally yoked with unbelievers. How can two walk except they be in agreement?
Except they be in agreement.
That's why Big Val always talking about ain't nobody hating on them clowns or whatever them people is or whatever issue they got going on. You know this platform ain't about what you own and you against. Ain't nobody hating on
still want to come over here.
Ain't nobody hating on how you feel about the case and all. Hey, you can have your belief. We respect that. But why would you be over here with something that is not conducive?
When you already know you're going to get cussed out.
When you know it ain't about what you own and what you believe, why even waste it? Because some people, it's just like that movie, I yield to you, JT, what Bruce Lee's son was, Brandon Lee. Then he played the Joker in the Batman movie. I forgot which one. I don't know if it's Batman Rising, whatever. And Alfred was trying to tell the character of Batman, he was saying in so many words, he said, you can't bribe him with money. It ain't about money with him. It ain't about power with him. You know what I mean? He's saying you can do this, and they don't need your body. You know, they need your knowledge, your information. You know what I mean? He said some people, Nisha Mo, Alfred was telling the role for Batman about the Joker. He said some people just want to see the world burn.
Mm.
It ain't about money with them, because he took all of those mobsters' money. He took all the people that had the money, he took all their money, and then he filmed it on camera and he set it on fire.
Wow.
They was talking about upset, and that's an understatement. That ain't even an adjective that I can use. Because it wasn't about no money, it wasn't about no
just wicked.
Bingo, ding, 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 ding. Alfred said some people just want to see the world burn. And that was the character that he was playing, Brandon Lee was playing. See, I don't just watch movies, Nisha Mo, to be entertained and all of that. Because you got to be careful with that entertainment.
Stop right there. Stop. Where I was going earlier, when I was speaking on what I sent to Vi and Jeff, I ain't have your information to send it to you, but anyway, tell you what you're talking about right there. Let me tell y'all, for those that may have heard the song, I haven't heard the in-depth of the song by Kirk Franklin.
Okay.
But
okay,
even with the gospel song.
Hold on.
Nisha Mo, go ahead, Lavish lady.
Nisha Mo, we gonna finish your point right here, and then we gonna get back on the
okay
on this segment. You know.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He said the lion and the king gonna bow down to the goat.
I heard that was crazy.
This was recently.
It's a gospel singer, like that was
Yeah.
crazy.
So recently something Kirk did.
Yes.
It was one of them BT like little
I understand what Kirk issue. I understand what Kirk Franklin issue. I understand what his issue is, and that's why I keep talking about what I'm talking about. It's not so much what happened to you, as painful, as devastating that is. If you don't have a high sense of awareness and awakening, and make the decision to do whatever you need to do to be healed and help get someone to help you navigate through that deficit will just grow into a monster. And when God created human beings, he created us, Nisha Mo, even though he gave us the free will and freedom of choice, chat, the creator created in our DNA, was in our soul, that I don't care how much money you get, I don't care how much degrees you get. I'm talking about people who do right by all of that. I ain't talking about all the foolishness, all of that. Whatever your choice is, whether you do it foolish, it don't matter. Even in AAA, even in the 12-step program, they got afraid to say it. They teach you, anybody that went through addiction, all of that God created a human heart in such a way that only he can feel it. Degrees won't feel it.
Nope.
Ambition won't feel it. Likes and shares won't feel it. Notoriety won't feel it. The only thing will feel it is Christ Jesus himself.
That's
the only begotten of God. He created the human soul in such a way that only he can fill that void. But we try to replace him with all that other stuff. And that's what the story of the woman of the well was. That's what that was all about. You had 5. And the one you currently with is not yours. That's number 6. But the 7th man that she met in her life was Christ himself. And what he shared with her was what she was needing to quench her very soul. He gave her that water that sprung up from her very soul, that she would never be thirsty again. because she was trying to get it in all them places. Don't put her down. He said you have 5 husbands, and the one you currently with. So she was in a committed relationship. She was married, but that deficit was never addressed. Those issues was never addressed. And try to do it with all of those individuals. JT said earlier, instead of taking the time out and walk with God so he can help you navigate who he has created you to be so you can grow into that. So no matter what happens, the storms in life, you prepare for the worst case scenario because of the information and knowledge he's guiding you through. He's preparing you, as Derek Cody said. So something you can't handle right now. He's preparing, getting you ready, pruning you, going through the very necessary scenarios for you. She couldn't get all the things shot. She wasn't doing that. But when she got to Christ, and then she tried to deflect the conversation, and he brought it back. And before he sat down and talked to her, he purposely went that way so he could sit down and talk. But before he had a dialogue with her, so there'll be no interference with those persons that be around you, supposed to be spiritual in the church or not, but they ain't got no relationship with the Father. He sent the brethren away so he can have a dialogue with her by himself. No distraction. So the enemy couldn't come in, so the enemy couldn't disrupt that. And gave her what she had been looking for all her life. She dropped her pot of water. She intentionally went a certain time of the day because of her reputation so that she wouldn't run into nobody. Christ purposely sat there and was waiting for her. I don't care what you're going through, what it is. Jesus standing at the door knocking. He said, if you just let me in, I got you. But you, because of I created you with free will and freedom of choice, I will not. I'm a gentleman, so I'm not going to override your freedom of choice. I only come in when you give me the invitation. That's love. That's love. That's love. That's love. That's love. That's love. That's love.
Nothing but love.
I'm going to leave heaven and take away the lien of sin that's against humanity. You all deserve. And I'm going to allow them to whip me with a cat of nine tail. On the end of it's like a hook, a fishing hook, that when they threw it, it grabbed JT and went into the flesh and ripped his flesh when you saw the meat down to the bone. Because he loved you. I'm going to allow them to put a bag over my head. Robust man. Punch me in the face. Prophesy. Tell us who just hit you. Because he loved humanity. Where he will always, throughout the ceaseless ages of eternity, have the nail scars, the pierced side, will always remain in that human form so that he connect with the ill and the feeling of your infirmity. He understands what you're dealing with in the midnight hour when no one is around, when you can't talk to nobody. He can be touched. That's why he came down and clothed his divinity with humanity. Because he loved you that much. I've searched high and low. I know parents, aunties, grandparents, goodwill people, all of that. Good, decent people they love. But I ain't never, Nishimo, had nobody love me like that.
I'm telling you, Lord, have mercy.
That he allows his own creation to spit in his face.
Yes.
And whipped him all night long till he collapsed. And then it was a black man that helped carry the cross. He found it an honor. He found that an honor to carry the cross. His children had heard the message and followed Christ. And because of that influence, he found that an honor and the privilege to assist the chief commander of the universe and the galaxy. For you, for me, I get back on this, Nishimo. It is said by the theologians that he was dying on the cross and about to give
Growth.
up the ghost.
Yes.
He sensed Mary's presence and raised up his head from the locks of his own shoulders and looked on the eyes and said, "This is how much I love you."
Yes.
And he died and gave up the ghost of humanity. That's love. That's love. That should make you be intentional and deliberate to not be dealing with no drama because you don't have time. People need the goodness that you got. People need that wealth of experience. How you came and got it out the mud. How you the mark in the moral. How you dealt with the slander and you still maintain your integrity.
Integrity. Yes, Lord.
They need that testimony. So that's why you press through. That's why it's critical for you to do that. I yield back. I yield back to you, JT and Nisimo. I yield back. I yield back, Lavish Lake.
Hey, you just went on the clinic, bro. Like,
yes, he did. He took. He did the gospel plan of salvation right there. You know what he did.
Yeah, he took him down the road of salvation.
Hey, all we need is the plate, Vi. We need the plate passed around.
Absolutely. I definitely want to take in heed what Lavish Lady said and tie it back in to the original topic of 50-50 in a relationship. If the chat would like to chime in on that note, just to tie it back in, but also it's always good to hear a good word that touches the soul and the minds of the people.
Yes,
and
Lord.
I think that the exchange that Brother Muse and Sister Nishimo had was just that. I appreciate y'all for that.
Oh, glory to God.
Yes.
When you hear that exchange and how it is rooted in spirituality, and also when you think
you
about,
can't deviate from that, Jeff. You can't.
It has to be rooted in spirituality because spirit is first. Mind is what builds on top of that, and the physical is the results of both of those combined. So that's the manifestation of the spirit and the mind coming together to make something manifest. So you have to, like, when you join in a union in any type of relationship, you know what I'm saying, but especially one under God, you know what I'm saying, it has to be rooted in truth.
Stop right there. What you just said. For those that don't know, I want y'all to know this. Because a lot of people don't tell you this, and a lot of pastors won't tell you this. Your vows that you take, I know in our little infinite mind, we believe is unto each other. But those vows are unto God.
The covenant is unto God.
Say it. There you go, Nisimo.
It's unto God.
That's classy. Lavish Lady, classy request to come on the panel. She said, if that's okay.
Yes, she's here.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Classy.
Let's pass it. What's up, Classy? Let's pass it on over to Classy.
Sweetie.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, Nick. How my Nick doing? How you doing, sis? Hanging in. Just pushing through it, my dear. Just pushing through it.
Yeah.
Someone's going to need that. Someone is going to need that relationship that only you can articulate through that. See that as an encouraging goal on the other side of that. So that now that you push through this challenging time, keep that on your mindset. Someone is going to need that's going to bless their life. And God just so happened to trust me with them to do that. Glory to the Most High God.
It's a blessing, baby.
Blessing.
So get it like that, Classy, as you navigate through this trying time. That someone's going to need this experience when I come on the other side. Because at the end of the day, Classy, we cannot give someone something that we don't have when God has attached them to our destiny.
Mm.
Yield back. I yield to you, Classy. I yield to you.
I was just listening to y'all. I don't know. It's just. Mm,
Talk about it.
It's fresh and it's hard.
it. I just. Oh my God.
Come on, sweetie. Press your way.
It's just. It's like a surreal type of thing, and I just feel like it should be taken more seriously because I know this is adult talk and everything, but I just feel like this can lead back to Kels's case and in
Yes.
interviews where Kel said there are real people missing, there are real girls missing, locked up. Some of them get killed. My cousin was missing for 2 days and nobody did anything. They barely wanted to force the report out. And we all of us know exactly who did it in my city. We know exactly who did it. It's 2 men responsible for this. Their pictures are everywhere. And yet not one arrest has been made. And this person can go on the run and just vanish after taking somebody's life like that. But Kels is locked behind bars, spending his life behind bars, and he took no one's life. He forced no one into anything. Provided a life for these people that they felt they were entitled to when he didn't have to out of the generosity of his heart. But
Huh.
I say that to say the criminal justice system now is very much so backwards.
Yeah.
And I feel like
It's not backwards. It's not backwards.
Let me just.
The criminal justice system that we're seeing is actually set up the way that they set it up. We wasn't at the table to enforce the laws, to help assist in enforcing these laws, with these laws that they have in place. Remember, these laws were always to take us out.
Yeah, Nisimo, no, respectfully, Nisimo, let Classy finish her train of thought. You know what I mean? Let's give her
Mm-hmm.
that. Let's give her that honor and that respect for
Yes.
finish her perspective. You know what I mean? Because we can all learn from one another. And when I listen to
Yes.
her, I'm listening to her as a student of life. I'm listening
Yes.
as a student. I think she should be allowed that grace to be able to
Yes.
articulate her perspective because it's therapeutic for her based on what she's dealing with at the present time. I
Yes.
think that we allow her to have that. Go ahead, Classic.
I just feel that there's a lot of things that need to be changed. And I'm sorry. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen that I feel like just ain't happening. Especially in our criminal justice system for our people. Like she said, we weren't at the table when they enforced these laws, when they built this criminal justice system. So therefore, I feel that we need more of our people sitting at the table enforcing these laws, sitting at the table creating these laws, because there's millions there I see a new girl go missing every day, but
Mm.
people can sit on the stand and lie and 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 falsify stories, mix stories together with other stories that have happened, and people can judge a case after watching a a TV show filled with millions of lies and conspiracies and things of that nature. And one targeted man gets persecuted. But we know exactly who did this. We know exactly why he did it and how he did it. There's video of it. Her DNA, her blood DNA, all over his house, all over his car. And not one arrest. But a man who was minding his business, making his music, sitting at home, walking his dog, can spend years behind bars because of lies that people tell. But you have actual evidence and you have actual, like, when I say he dumped my baby like trash, he dumped her like trash in the back of his car behind a liquor store. And his accomplice rode all the way to the other side of town in his mother's car, picked this man up, they have evidence of him calling his mother and telling his mother, yeah, I did it. But you know what? They ain't gonna catch me because I'm going on the run. I'm running. Kels had not one opportunity to, even if he wanted to, plead his case. Even if he wanted to, you know, get away, run from it all. He had not one chance. But this man who has took a life and shattered so many others, it's crazy to me how this criminal justice system works. It's crazy to me how the judicial system works. It's crazy to me how outrage works. People are outraged at at, at R. Kelly, but there ain't much outrage for this. There ain't much, like, there are people going missing from here every day from all over, and nobody say nothing. Everybody go on with their original plans, with their lives, like nothing happened.
It's ass backwards. It's like these people sit up here and say that they so worried about black women, but it's really young black women that are being abused, that are coming up missing, that like they are silent about. They have no energy towards. And it's like you worried about a celebrity and a bunch of groupies instead of what's really going on in the world right now. Is selective outrage, is hypocrisy, is embarrassing, is sad, and it's sick as fuck. Like the story, man, my heart goes out to you and everybody that the family, everybody, that the community that is affected by that. That is like that is something that my heart is it cries out for, something that someone has been victimized, innocent people. Like I have compassion, empathy, and sympathy for situations like that. But to see how the media uses manipulation, and people fall for it every time. It's crazy to witness. So once again, my condolences, and I'm just so sorry and to hear that happened.
Classic, can you please? I mean, I don't know what happened. So can you please go from, if you don't mind, if you don't mind sharing what happened.
Okay.
What
I think she.
she
I
just
think.
she
I
just
think that
told
was
us,
a.
and
Yeah.
I
I think
mean
that.
it's fresh, y'all. It's fresh.
I'll
This is
Okay, so
really this
okay,
is really hard
I'll
for her right now.
I'll
Yeah.
go
okay.
We
Yeah. I
I'll
think she did enough. I think she articulated very well.
Well,
Um.
I didn't. I mean, I didn't.
I'll I'll go over it. I'll go over it. As I'm, keeping it in ain't gonna help nothing. And I feel like baby girl deserves to at least have her story heard. Um so May 20th at 12:30, my cousin's mom, she gets a call from one of my cousin's friends, and I was supposed to go with her that night, but I was already under the influence, and um when she called me, I told her, I'll catch you next week. We made plans for next week. Boom. So my cousin's mom, she gets a call at about 1:30, and they tell her my cousin's much older boyfriend, this man is 39 years old, and he's been messing with my cousin since she was 16. Um they get a call She gets a call, and they screaming at her and telling her like, um he made her leave. He was hitting her. So-called friends are, standing around, and they're recording this man abuse my cousin in public. Um, my cousin was drunk, and she she was telling him basically like, I don't, I can't. I can't do this with you no more. Basically, like the back and forth, and you putting your hands on me. I just can't do it no more. And she wanted to leave. And he he beat her up and grabbed her by her hair and forced her into the car. Um and her mom had been calling her since that night. So Monday morning rolls around, and I get on, you know, Facebook while I'm at the doctor, and I see everybody saying, um, if y'all see Ari, call this number, and um, let us know if she's okay. Let us know who she with, because we haven't heard from her. She won't answer the phone. Um, Nobody can find her. So we
You don't have to go no further, sweetie. Don't push yourself.
it's
Don't push yourself.
it's okay. Um, they had put out a search party in the city, and everybody in the city, they came together, and we searched. Um, we had people on social media sites searching, helicopters and foot searches all throughout this city. But for at least 8 hours we came up short. So they sent some people and some cops to the other side of town. Um, and there's like several liquor stores, but it's this one liquor store, and it's kind of ducked off in the corner. And they somebody had reported that at like 4:40 Monday morning, they seen his car creeping into the area. like real slow. And then they said they seen him walk for a little bit, and then he got into what appeared to be a black car, and they took off as if they were leaving town. Um, and her mom got there, and at first they put out a report saying that the body that was found was the body of a young deceased woman, but she wasn't recognizable because of how badly she was beaten up and where she was shot at. So they went by the tattoos that she had on her body, and her mom confirmed it was her. And then Tuesday morning, they had put out a warrant for his arrest. And that same morning, probably within the same hour, to max, he was on Facebook updating his pictures and everything like that. And he was in a whole new location. And his accomplice had went to the police station earlier that day, earlier Monday, and let them know where the car could be found and where her body could be found. And they left her there, and they let him go. And he went to pick his partner up, and he got dropped off somewhere. Apparently there's a girl here that's messing with him, so he got dropped off with her, I'm guessing. And my cousin's killer, he drove the car out of town, and we still have yet to see if they have found him or anything like that. I think that's as far as I'm gonna go right now.
So is there a search warrant for him across the board?
No, just in my city.
Okay, so is there anything that we can do? Because I know for a fact that this is something that Robert will want us to do to make sure that we're fighting for the injustice of what's going on with you. I mean, the fight just get bigger, but we got to fight and bring him from wherever he's at, and he has to be held accountable.
Can I suggest? Can we have a moment of silence for Miss Classy and her family? And can we put Classy name in the chat with prayer hands? Everybody in the chat, can you do Uncle Muse that favor? Put Classy's name with prayer hands in the chat, and can we have a moment of silence for about like 30 seconds, starting now? Mm. Thanks, everyone. Miss Classy, our heart just goes beyond. Um, we just wish we could be with you now to surround you with support and love. So, with the prayer hands in the chat, that moment of silence in the name of the chat. Um, you have Mavericks Ladies contact information, all of that. A lot of times we don't understand why things happen, but we just going to continue to lift you up. We continue to pray. You can reach out to the Average Lady, Divine, all of that. You're not alone. Don't think you're alone. And this is just going to be a process. And we're just going to navigate it together. And I yield back to you, Average Lady.
Yes, we are. We've been keeping in touch, so we're gonna continue to pray for her. However you need us to raise awareness, Classy, we're here to do it. So, as Nisi said, whatever way we can help you navigate this, we want to do that. So you just let us know what we need to do, and we got you.
I'll let y'all know. Um, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it don't feel real. I mean, it made it real going to her candlelight and seeing the news crew there and her picture, but you know, not being able to see like her just don't feel real. Like this is crazy because as many missing people's reports as my city has, you would think that there would be something being done about stuff like this. But you know, the crazy part about it is because of her age, they wanted to mark her as a runaway. And yeah, like if you above a certain age in this city, they don't do much. Like, say if I was to disappear and, you know, God forbid something like that happened, because I don't just go nowhere and lose contact. But if I was to disappear and not call my mama, or my mama calling my phone and I'm not answering, and she, you know, my friends don't know where I'm at, she can't get into contact with people that she know, you know, I be around, and she files a missing persons report, they would ask her my age. And if she says, you know, above 17, they file you as a runaway adult. And
So
they,
is that just Black women, or is that all the women?
the only people that, well, I won't say that, because there are a few people that, you know, are not of color and they have went missing. But for
But
example,
are they bringing awareness about them being, you know, about them being missing, or is it?
it's like for example, around maybe 2-3 days before my cousin went missing, there's this Hispanic woman. She was 21 years old, and she had went missing. Come to find out, the same night that she went missing, people in her apartment complex, um, they heard her and we're assuming it's her ex-boyfriend. They heard them arguing, and he told her, you know, well, if I can't have you, nobody can. And people say they heard her screaming and everything, and they called the police, but it takes the police so long to do anything down here. I mean, you could call and say, you know, I need help, I'm bleeding out, and it takes them a good 30 minutes to get to where you are. That same day that we found out my cousin had sadly passed, we found out she passed days prior to that.
So the Hispanic lady had passed, you saying?
Yeah, her ex-boyfriend had told her, you know, drop the kids off with somebody, and you know, we gonna ride and have a talk. Well, that sadly turned into him beating her up and strangling her and dumping her body, like just leaving her where he had killed her at. Um, and her mom, them, they, since she was 21, they filed a missing persons report after 24 hours of not hearing from her. It was really, a night's sleep and a couple hours of her mom trying to call her, such and such is telling you they got to go to work. You need to come get the kids. Her leaving voicemails. She's still not answering. So they try to get the police to go over there, and the police are like, the apartment's locked up. There ain't no funny smells. We can't just go in without a warrant. So, in a couple more hours, file a missing persons report. And they did. And, sadly, that same day, we ended up finding out that both people had passed. Um, and what's crazy is that they filed her as unstable, I believe is what they filed her as. Unstable runaway or something of that nature. And they wasn't really too much looking for. Like, they were just, because my city has a lot of, college parties, and there's a lot of college graduations going on right now. And so they were pretty much putting all patrol on that. Like, make sure this don't happen at this location, and this don't go down at this location. Send about 5 cars over here to this location, and the rest of y'all be on the watch for speeding cars over here and over there. And it's crazy because that's who we supposed to depend on, right? But how can we depend on them if they unpredictable? You could be going through a situation, for instance, say you and your significant other get into it and you telling him to leave. And now I'm not saying it's a race thing out here, but it's a race thing out here. If this man that you're getting into it with is not of color, if he is Caucasian, appears to be Caucasian, whatever the case may be, they gonna ask you what you did to make him act the way that he act. They gonna take it as, oh, well, you had to do something to make him act that way. And then say, he hit you and you hit him back. If he has marks on him, even if you beating black and blue, if he got marks on him, you going. And he can file charges on you. So when y'all say, is there anything that y'all can do to help this situation? I don't really know. Because in my city, and that's crazy, nobody heard or seen nothing. Nobody heard or seen nothing when my baby girl went missing. But it's plenty of videos. We know exactly who it was. All his friends on Facebook. Everybody know who this man is. Everybody know what this man about. Everybody know what this man that he hang around is about. That man just got off probation, parole, whatever you want to call it, for sex trafficking.
Oh, wow. Well, baby, his name need to be all over, plastered everywhere, all over the news.
His name is Christopher Carter.
Content creators, I hope y'all hear this name. Y'all need to plaster this name everywhere y'all can.
You do the research, and just like we made it, we kept hitting the ground and making the noise for Mr. Kelly, Bill Cosby, and what's the lady name that Black CEO been advocating for?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name. Yeah, just once we get to traction, niece. Once we get to traction, that's all we need. See, only That's the wonderful thing about social media. It can be a positive thing if we utilize it that way. It can force the hands of those who want to turn a blind eye, and they have no choice. You know what I mean? And we got to keep mashing, keep putting it out, and don't let up. Don't let up until
Don't
it's
let
addressed.
up. No.
We hadn't done with Mr. Kelly's case. People that was on the other side, need more people of taking the opportunity and say, you know what, let me go check into this and let's see. And
Mm-hmm.
people start like, wait a minute, okay, if this case dropped this state and then another state that you say with these charges, which is very serious, that's
Hmm.
wait. But y'all said, but then you gave them
Exactly.
different years in New York. But then those transcripts, we got to hold them and say, wait a minute, that contradicts what you originally said in the
What
media.
you
Like, wait a
originally
minute.
said. And
You said,
actually where the case started, you dropped the main case, which was supposed to be in the state case. So how you dropped the state case, but then you allowed New York to pick up a case and then pick up some lies.
right.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying, Classy. Getting that word out and keep mashing and keep mashing and keep mashing. And those in the chat that go on channels that they welcome to, that have those platforms that speak on these issues. That's how we keep spreading. We keep putting it around and keep spreading it. You know what I mean? And that's what we have to do. And it will
And for
get it. It
those
will get
that go over there to the other side, you need to hold them people accountable.
right.
Tell them this is a situation that y'all claim y'all are helping support
Exactly.
young Black women
Exactly.
that's being sexually abused and taken
Exactly.
advantage of and killed. Hold these people accountable.
There you go. Now let's see the response. Now let's see the response.
And there was a little girl that went missing, and I've only seen one news article on it. The rest is about the um. There's a graduation party going on for um. Oh, y'all congratulate my little brother. He graduating. He graduating tomorrow.
All right, congratulations.
Congratulations, nephew.
Yeah, he graduating tomorrow, and they having a big graduation party for all the graduates, cause this year has been a hard year. Um, we've had several bomb threats on the schools, even the colleges. We've had shooters come, stand in the parking lot, taking pictures of the school with their guns and saying this how many people is gonna perish today, this how many people gonna die today, however you want to put it. Um, it's been one hard year for them. So, congratulations to all the graduates. But I only seen one article on this little girl. And, you know, it baffles me that they have articles upon articles of the graduate parties and the graduates that are being inducted into college football teams, um things of that nature, but that people are going missing, people's kids, their daughters, their sons. It was just two little boys in what I think it was Dallas, Texas, that were found dead after they went missing.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's like, where does the accountability and and the protect and serve come in? Where does that come in? Because y'all not protecting us nor serving us. You beating us black and blue, killing us, putting us behind bars, wrongfully convicting us, executing us. But y'all are here to protect and serve. Y'all are here to serve the community of all races, but it seems like the only race that gets served and protected is y'all's people. What about our people? What about our community?
Well, and we also have to hold we also have to hold our people accountable. Remember, we have a lot of people that's in office and our local officials. We have to hold them accountable because remember, they're there to hold the police accountable. So if they're not doing their job, they don't need to be in office.
Exactly.
They don't need to be reelected.
Exactly. And I want people to understand that choose wisely who you pick to protect and serve you, to protect your people, our community, our people, because these people ain't in it for us. They they and that's just point blank and simple. That's just how I see it. They not in it for us, and it needs to be a lot of changes made, and we gotta be the ones to make them. We can't expect them to do for us if we won't do for ourselves. We can't expect them to, take accountability for the things that they do if we don't hold them accountable. It's a lot of stuff that goes on that we see and we choose to turn a blind eye to it because, oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. But
it does. Believe you me, it does. Every child that's getting killed in these schools, remember,
that could
you
be
either have a child or you know somebody got a child that's going to school, and it could be them next.
your daughter, your nephew, your niece, your grandson, granddaughter, godchild. That could be anybody's anything. You never know. And when people turn a blind eye and say, that ain't got nothing to do with me, that ain't on my family, but it does fall on you. Because that could be, that could be anybody.
Well, it goes back to what we was starting on earlier. That's where we have fallen away from. We were a community. We're no longer a community anymore. It's every man for himself.
Mm-hmm.
We had community meetings. We had community town hall meetings. We had grandma met at grandma's house, and everybody knew what was going on in the surrounding area. And trust me, when they got the word out, you better rest for sure. If whoever it is had done something in the community was gonna handle him or her.
Nixie Mo, what was it called the Green Book? Was it the Green Book? When people migrated up here, they knew exactly what hotels they can go to that was in our community.
Yes.
Was it called the Green? Help me out, Nixie Mo. Was it called the Green Book or something like that?
Yes,
You
it
know?
was something like that. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But
Question.
remember, when we divide, just like I just said just a few minutes ago, the other side, because that's division. That is division there. And why is it that way? Because when you want me to believe that you stand for the truth, and we're constantly telling you what you're believing in is not the truth, then that's where you see a division right there within the community, within the family. And that could be my family or somebody within my family on that side. But there is a division. And that's what the enemy wants, to divide and conquer.
It's time for people to come together and see the truth for what it is. The truth. Y'all been lied to and fooled, but you still continue to believe the lies that are being fed to you through the things you're seeing, through the things you're watching. instead of taking the truth for what it is.
But I still believe that I don't believe that they've been lied. I believe they knew the truth. They know the truth. These people had backyard meetings. They know. And believe you me, they all tried to cover up one way or another all of the lies and schemes and scams that they've done in calling the courts, calling police, calling everybody and anybody that they can call. They knew the truth. Just like this guy, his accomplice and whoever else, this guy's family and everybody, these people know where this dude is at and they know the truth.
They don't want to believe it though. Is our thing.
Well, since it's our thing, we're gonna handle it as if it's our thing.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Do we have a new panel guest, Lavish Lady?
Yeah, this is Judah. Everybody, welcome Judah to the panel.
Hi, Judy.
Hey everybody, may I add the
Hello,
young
Judy.
lady? The young lady is not lying. She's not lying. Our people that look like us, melanated, they're doing all these deals, and they get on TV in the news, always talking about drug control and gun control, but y'all be behind it. Y'all send these people out here to kill people. There's too much money being made in the city where we live. I'm so tired and sick of them getting on TV talking about we got to do this. When you read Psalms 83, it tells you that these people gonna come together and try to take us out and take us down with the help of our people. With the help of our people. And it's like, what is y'all getting paid for? They hooked up with the sex rings. They hooked up with that's why I said CPS hooked up with these sex rings, just like Disney. Some of these hotels, some of these churches. It's like, what is going on? Even with the funeral homes, our people is silly. We real silly, and we're gonna always be at the bottom. Just like Deuteronomy 28 said that we gonna curse people because we disobedient to the Most High, and they wonder why we at the bottom. We ain't supposed to be acting like this towards each other. This is not right. Then you got some of your black city officials, some of your city activists. You know, just recently where I live at, they exposed some of these people getting paid behind the scenes, but the crime's still going up. It's like, what is going on?
Well, we had one said, what did he say? Y'all, didn't he say we gotta change the narrative?
Yep. And just like the lady said earlier, they don't know where this person is. That we live in 2023. Y'all check street cameras for everything else. You can check cameras all through the damn city. Traffic lights, traffic stops, buildings everywhere.
Everywhere, literally.
Yep. It's crazy. And we already know what the media is controlled by. That's why I said, man,
control this narrative, and we getting ready to push the pedal to the metal and show these people that we're not playing.
Yeah, and they don't like street news.
State of the culture, which is our next segment that's coming up.
Yep.
Have we passed? Cause I had something that I want to say. This was unexpected. The events that took place. I was prepared, but I wasn't prepared for that.
Right. Excuse me for a minute, Miss Classy. Lavish Lady, you think we might need to remove that link in the chat because of those trolls and them people that
trolling? It's not there.
I'm saying, do you think we should remove that?
You still see it?
That that some individuals, like they did on the other part, they snuck themselves over here on some foolishness.
Yeah, it's gone. It's not there. You still see it?
Yeah, I still see it. But what's that your name? Second one from the bottom.
it looked like it's removed on my end. Oh, okay. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I can still see it.
Remember, y'all, the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy.
Oh, it is. Okay, hold on.
He's on his job, so we got to get on our job.
In that order.
And any time that you want to speak, don't want to call on the name of Jesus. He said, if you deny me down here, he gonna deny you before his Father in heaven.
Refresh your screen and tell me if you still see it. Refresh your screen. Refresh your chat and tell me if you still see it.
What come out?
Just close your chat and then open your chat back up.
Okay.
I don't see it on my end. Anybody else see it?
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay, did everybody refresh and go back in?
Yeah, did y'all refresh? Because it's not showing on my end. You see it, Niecy?
No, I don't see because I'm not looking, but I'm saying everybody gonna have to refresh in order for them to not see it.
Refresh y'all chat for me.
It's gone now.
Okay. Okay. It just needs to be refreshed. I had took it off. Okay, y'all see it. But yeah, the next segment is state of the culture. So we kinda heading into that a little bit early. But
Well, you want to shift? You want to shift gears? We got like what? We got like what?
we got an hour,
13.
on
Well,
our
I
adult
have one
talk
question
segment.
since what we're talking on this topic that we were talking about, because I don't know because I came in late.
Mm-hmm.
And based upon what Classy is speaking on, I have a question. How are when you're looking for your soulmate, or you're looking to date someone, or you see this fine young man or sexy young woman, are we basing this based upon what a person can do or how they're presenting themselves, or we're looking at the inner part of that person?
You're definitely looking at the inner part of that person. If you're just looking on the surface of what they look like or what they can do, you got the wrong idea. You looking for the inner
And
part
I'm
of it.
asking this question because remember, y'all, we are dealing with a lot of mental illness.
Absolutely.
And the devil knows how to shine his shoes. He know how to cut his hair. She knows how to go get her hair and her nails done. She know how to look like she is just dripping. She's got it going on. And you getting ready to meet your next Fred Krueger that's getting ready to cut your neck off. And you looking at the outer appearance and don't know nothing about the inner appearance of that person. Because a lot of times you leaving out of a situation, going into a situation, either you're in a situation or you're leaving out of a situation. And if you're leaving out of a bad situation and you on the look, most of the time you're not looking in depth the way you should, because you just looking, you really catch that person is catching the rebound, and you're gonna be the rebound because you don't even know what you're looking at.
My grandma told me this because I had got out of a really bad situation and jumped right into an even worse situation. When I got out of that, she told me, you looked at the gold that was shining on the outside instead of seeing the black that was within.
Let me ask a question. Has anyone in the chat and on the panel, has anyone heard of the name David E. Talbert? He does plays.
Mm-hmm.
He did a play that nephew Tommy was in with Clifton Powell, called He Say She Say, but What Does God Say?
Mm-hmm.
He did another one. He did another one called with Deborah Cox. I enjoyed Deborah Cox and Mel Jackson, called Love on Layaway.
Love on Layaway, yes.
Mm-hmm.
The other one that I'm referring to, based on what was just asked, is Fabric of a Man. Walk with me, panel, and chat. Cedric Ford, who was a member of Shekinah Glory Ministries, did that play back then with David E. Talbert, and Clifton Powell paid Monique, the lady that played the part. I think her name was Monique in the thing. Cedric played her father, and she said, my plants were stolen. And when Cedric came in the boutique, he said, "Stolen by who?" You know what I mean? And it was, I forgot, I'm trying to remember Clifton Powell's character. He was awesome. He was phenomenal in that. And she said he was trying to tell her, "Well, girl, it's not about your, about your what he stole from you. You know what I mean? He can't take what God put inside of you." She wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? He was trying to go spiritual with it. He was trying to get, because that he was going from that, because he was playing a pastor in that. He said, "Okay, let me say it like this." He went over to her clothes in the boutique. He said, "It's like your clothes." He said, you look how it fits on the person, how he said, "But baby," he said, "it's not about the fabric of a man." He said, "It's about who his tailor is." Oh, he said, "You chose Blair." That was Clifton Powell's character in that play. He said, "You chose Blair the way that your customer choose the clothes. Fine cars, fine clothes, best schools, etc., etc." He said, "But baby, it's not about the fabric of a man, who his character is. In other words, who his architect is." And I'm paraphrasing, I'm stepping away from that. I'm saying my words now. Is Satan his tailor? Or is God his tailor? What his character look like? Does he bear the fruits of the Spirit? Is there temperament in his character, which is self-control? You can tell. You're only able to see that and know that if you have a heightened sense of awareness. An Equalizer, when Denzel Washington went in that room with that envelope to buy that young lady back from them Russian mobsters, and he rejected it. He went over to the door and he took the doorknob. He opened the door and he closed. Opened the door and he closed. Opened the door and he closed it. And they was looking at him. What the heck is this man doing? He turned around to him and he looked at the room and he looked at the watch. 16 seconds, maybe 60 seconds, whatever the word he used. He spanned before he moved, before he did anything toward them. He studied. We make decisions. We make moves. We join ourselves. We put our place in scenarios. We put ourselves in situations. Before he did anything, he gathered all what he needed, information he gathered. He studied. Then he executed whatever his movement and what he was about to do that he took in that room. It only happens when you have a heightened sense of awareness. And you're always aware of a storm is always coming. It's always coming. Have to prepare for worst case scenario. A lot of times life will occur when you can't recover. So that's why it's good for your team, your pedigree, your family structure, your network around you to be so solid that even your knees buckle, you got goodness around you to hold you up and weather the storm with you. It's important that you vet people.
That's what I was getting at, my brother.
The content of their character, Martin Luther King said. We don't this whole what we in now. It don't do that. It's a trap, and a lot of people get caught up in the trap because when there's a deficit within the wells of your soul, that you're trying to fill it with any and everything on this planet Earth that's going to pass away, that's gone today and not heard about tomorrow. And you're not trying to fill it with that lasts forever, which I'm talking about personal wealth. Lauryn Hill said, true healing is from the inside out. You can't get it from the outside in. We've been taught, she said, to protect our honor while our inner is suffering. So when you're on that journey, to always be the best version of you to navigate, to weather the storm through the difficulty, the hits you take, the tragedies, the devastating things.
Girded and loin.
It got to be something from within. And I yield back on this point. There's a movie, I cannot remember this little person, he's the actor. He actually was a wrestler. Leon Kennedy in his movie. And I can't remember this guy's name. But in the movie, the penitentiary movie, the guy's name was Jessup. And so Too Sweet was about to fight this bout. So they put him down in the dungeon, like in the basement. And this particular person was supposed to be the feared. He was a little person. He was supposed to be feared and like an animal and all that. So he was locked in this special, cell that had just doors, 9 doors to it. Him and Too Sweet Matt, they had a little run in. After a while, they became friends and a friendship developed. Found out Too Sweet was going to be fighting this bout. He was trying to get out. He was framed and all of that. So he was trying to fight for this warden. It was on some BS that wasn't on, but this was the only way he could do it to get himself free to get out, And so when he was in the bout, after Jessup trained him, Too Sweet was losing. And Too Sweet was trying to reach in his repertoire. He was trying to reach in his repertoire and use his strength, his skill, his outer, everything. He was reaching for everything that he knew that and it wasn't working. The dude was whipping him and beating him. And Jessup was in the corner yelling to him, it's the inner man.
And
It's the inner man. You got to go to the inner man. That's work, man. Got to put that work in. We got to put ourselves in, where we can, because you never know when a person come across your life or when God allows you to go through a situation,
yes,
he allowed, because something on the other side of that he wants to use you. He thinks so highly of you
yes, Lord.
to be able to answer to those individuals and help them try to navigate and find the missing piece of their jigsaw puzzle in life. He wants to use you.
My brothers, I've been saying it from day one, since y'all been hearing me speak on this YouTube. Robert Sylvester Kelly knows why Robert Sylvester Kelly is sitting where Robert Sylvester Kelly is. And I hope don't nobody think I'm against my brother, because I'm definitely not against him. But God got him right there for his glory and Robert's good. Don't ever make God a promise and don't keep it. I'm asking everybody, don't make God a promise and not keep it. But when Robert come out, he gonna come out better than he went in. And he's coming out. And it's gonna be long before them 30 years that the enemy gave him, because God did not say that was what he was going to do. And sweetie, this storm that you're in right now, it's only temporary. We hate she had to go that way.
Yes.
I hate it. Lord knows I do.
Yes.
But if I could go and speak to her right now and ask her to come back into this hateful, sinful world,
Say it.
She would tell me, if you only knew what I know, you would prepare to come where I am, because I'm not coming to you. So for those that are preparing for your stay here on earth, I fear for you, because this is temporary. You better be planning to prepare for where you're going to spend eternity, because for me, I'm leasing down here, because I have a mansion waiting for me.
And that's why I started saying he didn't say it was going to be easy. He never promised that, because what entered the world in the Garden of Eden that we have the world in. And they say, well, then, Uncle News, I see you talking a lot about this subject and you going to heaven and everything. So I hear people in the chat saying, in my spirit, I hear people saying, well, Uncle News, let's keep it 1,000. Let's keep it a band. Why didn't God just destroy Lucifer? You said a while back that was his angelic name in heaven. Yeah, I mean, he covered a certain territory, and when he rebelled, he became Satan, the accuser of the brethren. You know what I mean? Our adversary. So, Uncle News, since you said God created the angels, angelic order, and humanity with the free will and freedom of choice, because you said earlier, Uncle News, that love is a choice. It's a love response. It's not force. It's not, so it got to be from I said all of that. So then God could have just, we didn't even have to be going through all the stuff we're going through. Yeah, yeah, correct. Look at it like this. Walk with me. The allegation that was spread throughout the angelic host, theologians for centuries tried to expound on what that conversation might have been like. We don't have no recording of that. We can only look at what the scripture says and go from there in the spirit realm where God has spoken to our mind, only what he's allowed to us. Because that's
Well,
information that
he
I
said the
would
secret things belong to God.
our brain would explode. It's some things that you can't handle. You know what I mean? That's why when we are younger, our parents, certain lessons and certain things, they didn't share with you yet because of that particular process and age. You couldn't handle that. You would know what to do with it. It would hurt you. So they had to wait until you got to a certain. So because of the free will and free choice that Lucifer and all the angelic hosts, like we as humans have, to stay in agreement, stay with serving God and his government power, or to rebel and no longer want to do that. They had the freedom of choice and free will to do that. That's real love, man, because he didn't create a robot.
Nope.
Would you want somebody to create that they can just do exactly that ain't what real love is. Real love chooses. It's a choice. It's a love response. So whatever the allegation, he said, he wanted to be, he said, but we do have a scripture now. We have something to go on in Isaiah. That he wanted to be like the Most High.
Yes.
I will set my throne in the high. So he wanted to be equal with God.
Yeah.
Now he was created. Yet the creation wants to be greater than the creator. Are you serious? And the way God created him, that you heard of Jasper and Ruby, all these, God designed him in such a way that was built in him. So that when he walked out of God's presence, the Shekinah glory, the Father illuminated from him.
Yes.
And when the rest of the angelic host beheld that, they bowed and prostrate not to him, but to the majesty and the glory that was illuminating from Lucifer. And because of Lucifer's free will and freedom of choice, all the angelic hosts have, and we as humanity have, he envied that. He wanted the glory to come to him.
Yes, he wanted all. He wanted all power.
Leader, he can provide a better government. And God allowed that because if he had snuffed him out, then all the allegations he has spread across the angelic host for however long, because we in time, they don't live in time. They are in eternity. We in time, we are limited, but they are in eternity. There's no time to that. So you don't know how long that was. If God would have just cast them out and destroyed them right then all the allegations as the rest of the angelic host and all the cosmos will say, okay, what he said must have been so. So you serve you out of fear. Yeah, so I don't do this, then you're going to destroy you. That ain't what a God of justice and a God of love and a God of goodness is supposed to be about. That contradicts your character and your government. So the meeting of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost decided that Lucifer must be allowed a season, a period of time, to run his course.
And remember, he allowed.
So when they had the council and God created earth, he was allowed to go out only to that particular, he was quarantined to earth.
Yes.
And the rest of his followers was cast out when he had the war. Because that he would have polluted heaven. He couldn't allow that. So God confined him to planet Earth. So his first parent. So the way God built him, God said, okay, now I'm gonna do a improvement now. I'm gonna create humanity on this planet Earth. But now instead of creating man, instead of creating a creature to reflect my glory, I'm gonna create him in my very image and after my very likeness.
Yes.
Luke he felt some type of way about that, and he's still feeling some type of way about that because he used to reflect God's glory. But now God did an upgrade, if you will, and created humanity to reflect his glory in his very image, with the ability to speak those things that be not as though they were. He don't even have, Lucifer don't even have that. So he feeling some type of way about that. So now, because of what happened, God said, okay, this pair, we're going to try this again. But now you have to go through this test. You all pass this test and you decide you got the free will and freedom of choice to do or not to do. They passed this test, then they was going to live through eternity and never die. That was the original intent. But he was only confined to this particular tree. He can go nowhere else. So he still had his gifting. He's still a light player. So he can disguise and do whatever. So that's why it's important for the headship to be in his rightful place in the home and in the community. Because when you out of position, that's the only way you can spoil a man good. First, you must bind the strong man. Meaning, you must get that man out of his community, out of his priestly roles, leadership in the home. And then you can have others and demonic influence infiltrate that community, that household. That primary responsibility of protecting and governing that, God put on the man's shoulders. And then he gave the woman that was needed in her that the man don't have, to help him have insight in how to navigate that divine calling and order. So Lucifer used and ventriloquist did it. So what he did was just bring into question, because he been heaven, so he knows the word. He was one of God's coverage. He was right on the throne of God. So everything that God is, he was privy to and saw. So he couldn't change. God couldn't, there was no other light that God can give him. But humanity, on the other hand, we was not fixed in that particular situation. No matter how far you have gone, no matter what you have done, no matter what you have become, God can still change you if you're willing to allow him into your situation. Lucifer is still feeling some type of way about that. He's upset about that. So he said, okay, you don't like sin, you frown on sin, but you love humanity. So what if I, Lucifer said, now Satan now says, I put what you hate inside of what you love. And you allow me to be around the tree. So let's see. You gave him free will. Take the head out. Let me go down there and touch him. Let me touch him. Okay, okay, you can only go right there to the tree. You can't go nowhere. But prior to all of that, before he got out of heaven, God had already talked to Adam, walked with Adam, and it said, in the cool of the day, Genesis said, God was walking in the garden and communing with Adam. So everything that Adam knew was privy to before Eve even got on the scene. So when God did create her, he was the priest, he was the teacher, he was the leader to share the information from her husband. So when God came into Adam after the fall, the reason he came to Adam, even though Eve ate the fruit, is because God asked him, when he asked him in scriptures, where are you? Not that God couldn't see where he was. He was actually his physical position. I left you as priest.
Yes.
I left you as the problem solver. I left you as the sustainer, the leader Where was you at when all this was happening and going down?
And the serpent was sitting right there.
So now he said, since you listened to her and you chose the gift that I bless you with over me, the giver of the gift, for the rest of your days, since I took you out of the dust, now you're going to go right back to the dust of the ground. In other words, what God was doing, Nisimo, he was setting the order back.
Yes, he was setting the order back. Yes.
It was consequences that happened. Now, Eve, since you have allowed yourself to be used, and I instructed you, don't go away from your husband. Don't wander away. Stay connected.
Stay connected.
You can't allow nobody to be in your ear, nobody to be in your ear. Your husband or that person that God has for you, the father, you know what I mean? That's your covering. You can't let any and everybody speak to your situation because not everybody is qualified to give you, quote unquote, a word from the Lord.
From the Lord.
Because you don't know whether or not the Spirit of God is in you. So you have to have spiritual discernment. That's the order. Don't listen to what the culture and society said. It's order. But before the fall, it was a balance there. Yes. But now that's broken and severed. Now your desire should be only be for your husband. He should rule over you. Meaning now I'm appointing him the primary. You got responsibility too, Eve, but now I'm putting the primary responsibility on his shoulders as priest, provider, and protector and problem solver of this union. Yes. You're going to side by side with him to help him carry out what my original intent was with that divine order. So by the rest of the sweat of your brow from your natural day, Eve, because you have let the serpent utilize you like that in childbirth. Yes. You're going to suffer. You're going to go through that period time in a month. You're going to go through menopause with that. But God said to be
set aside. Set aside. You're not supposed to be in the public.
There's consequences for disobedience. Because when you take your hand out of the hand of him that steals the water, and it was so. He that commanded it, and it stood fast. When you unplug from that, then Nisimo and I yield back, you have to flip the bill. You have to buy those lessons in life. Before God flipped the bill, he covered you. He protected you because you was walking in his order. But when you made your freedom of choice and your free will, you exercise that. They're like, well, you know, I ain't going to do that. And that's all that iniquity is. Iniquity is simply, I love this thing, this whatever, more than I love you. Now, that is in between you and God, and it separates you from God. You have no more life and the sustainability now. That's the only thing that iniquity means. But in 103rd Psalm, at the end of David's days, David said, he forgives me for all my iniquity. He's just and true and faithful. I submit to him and repent and change over my heart and determine I want to follow your way, Father God. Help me navigate through that. I give my all to you. Show me how that looks and help me moment by moment. And what transgression is, I knew that was wrong. I knew I was bogus for doing that. I know that's going to hurt God's heart and violate that. But transgression said, man, I'm doing that anyway. So what sin actually is a violation of transgression of God's law and government. But actually what sin is, in the practical sense, you missed the mark because of your DNA that was infected by that fall. Now, every time Eve conceived after that fall, Satan says, I got you back. And there's nothing you can do about it. So every time Eve conceived and go down to generation, I've got you back. Now, they got sin nature now. But Satan didn't understand. He wasn't privy to the meeting that the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit had when Christ
Hmm.
said, I will go down through 40 and 2 generations and I will redeem man and recover that which was taken from him.
Say it now.
So the enemy was hot. So he got to go down through time to try to stop this thing. He tried to do it with Moses.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it. He tried so many times. We get to Jesus Day. He tried to kill. Told Joseph, man, go into Egypt. Herod trying to his number.
Job. Mm.
And the situation with Job, and I use it back to sum it up, that was not about Job.
Nope.
God's character and his governing was brought into question. Because if you read the scriptures very carefully, Satan would have a meeting, never brought him up.
Never brought him up.
That's how you said there was a meeting in heaven. I heard grandmama talking about that meeting, the council of heaven got together, all that story about Job. Wait a minute, if he's not Satan, he ain't Lucifer no more. How you gonna have a meeting where God has a governing council to affect the cosmos and the earth and all the assignments, everything he got to do? Because Adam was supposed to represent planet Earth. But when he and Eve failed the test, they voided that. And now Satan has that by default now. Jesus said, the prince of this world comes to me, but he can't find nothing. So he still was able to go, Lucifer, all the way up to the gates of heaven. After he got kicked out all that time through the course of time, all the way down to Jesus' day. But once Jesus died on the cross, and all the angelic hosts witnessed that.
Thank you.
They stopped playing their harps and took their crowns off and shielded with their wings of the horrific thing. They was instructed after the council with the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. When they viewed the ministry of Christ, they were not to interfere. He did it for humanity because God loves us just that much.
Just that much.
The sacrifice of the Father himself and the begotten Son of God can the sacrifice. Even Enoch, God said Job was a just and holy man, but he couldn't even do it. Isaiah never saw death and was translated to the kingdom. He wasn't worthy enough. Only the Son of God was worthy to take away the lien of sin against humanity, knowing that they still wouldn't choose him. Now, if that ain't love, Nishimo, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. That's love.
The Soul Children did a song years ago. That's love.
That's love.
That's love. So if anybody not walking in the character and principle of the Most High and the words of Jimmy Fox, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't want it.
And I ain't gonna have it.
Move around.
Give me 50 feet.
Not easy. Ain't nobody say it's gonna be easy. But when you constantly feed on what that did for you as an individual and look at that in a personal way, he let them spit in his face for me. Enough. Who deserved death? You did that for me.
That's love.
Rest of my dying days, I'll give you life. Nothing can compare to it. So all the way up to the cross, once Christ was dying and crucified, and he said it's complete, it's finished. It's said by the theologian that all sympathy for Lucifer, because of the position that he held and the influence he had over the angelic host, was gone.
Gone.
Before then, he was still allowed to go to the gates of heaven. He was not permitted to go in. He couldn't go in.
He couldn't go in.
Jesus died on the cross, and all the cosmos throughout all the galaxy and the angelic host saw that and witnessed that. Then they understood God to be just and true, and Lucifer was to be a liar and a deceiver that he is. That all sympathy, he was no more permitted to go to heaven. He was quarantined to planet Earth. The power of the air. That's all as far as he can go. On this earth and this earth right. That's it. You can't go nowhere. That's it. You come down to this. That's it. But if you look at history and you look at all the affairs that are going around the four corners of the globe, you really study history, the ancient Rome, pagan Rome, the papacy, Babylon, Medo Persia, all of these
Yes.
great kingdoms, Alexander the Great, all of these people, you can look at and look how the hearts of men are waxing very cold and evil and
Cold.
wicked. The Holy Ghost of God is slowly being withdrawn from this planet.
My brother, I just literally heard Jay-Z, I don't know if y'all heard it, him saying, for all of you people that believe in Jesus, y'all been duped. There is no Jesus. I am Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's Luciferian. He's Luciferian, which means Luciferians said that they have a sympathy for Satan. They say he was unjust and he didn't get a fair trial. Those who are Luciferian, that's what that means. They are Satan's agents that he utilized.
Agent. Say that one more time.
They are Satan's agents that he utilized in the earth in these positions. So it's very dangerous to idolize and worship someone, anyone, but especially someone there, because all of that is a camouflage and a front. The real is that the influence that they have over humanity, the enemy uses that to draw you away from hearing the message of God that he wants you to get so you can reign throughout the age of eternity with him. That's why the word said, study to show yourself approved, a workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightfully dividing the word of truth.
That's true.
That's why we got to research and study for ourselves, not just in the spiritual realm. The KL case, it saddens me, Nishimo. Sis, it saddens me.
I'm telling you.
Individuals will not research for the sake of their own sake.
No.
And they really think that can't knock on their door.
And it's right there.
And you're under deception by the enemy.
Oh my God.
That's how serious that is.
When I tell you, and I keep saying it, my brother, and when I was in New York at that trial and they kept bringing up these certain names, honey, as God is my witness, I could see clear as day them calling the roll.
Yeah.
As y'all already see, they ain't let up off of Boosie yet. They haven't let up off of Kanye yet.
Yeah.
It ain't got nothing to do with what they so-called saying that they've done.
Yeah.
It's what they stand for.
Yeah. Donnie McClurkin, Nishimo, years ago, gave a testimony about what happened to him. 13. It sent him into a different lifestyle that he couldn't never. really understand and try to fathom what was going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
And the mothers of the church would pull him to the side. You don't hold your hand, like, you know what I mean? People
Mm-hmm.
always sideline of life and laugh and giggle. They think it's funny and all of that, but they don't understand because they don't have spiritual discernment to understand demonic attack that's going to break up Satan's kingdom that God is using.
Say it now.
And it got to the point of the interview that Donnie was asking God, like, why? He was trying to get some answers to understanding what was going on. And he said the Holy Ghost of God spoke to him and said, Donnie, someone must be crucified. See, everybody needs to wants the gifting. Everybody wants the anointing. But no one want to go through the process and take hits. They don't want to go through that. And people said, yeah, Brother Mills, you said about, Uncle Mills, you just said about Job and all that, but Uncle Mills, you forgot that. It said, God blessed Job and he got all of that. Let me say this to you, chat. There are some things in life, that are just irreplaceable.
Say it now. Wait a minute. What did he not give him back? What did he not give him back?
On trial. Job, I'm sorry, was not on trial. It was God who was on trial.
Thank you.
And God said, hey, have you considered? Satan never brought him up. He never brought him up. Let me paraphrase. Bring it to our language. Oh, man. Look, okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, man, if I can get him. But the only reason he's faithful to you.
You got to get the head of protection around him.
I can't even get to him. Okay, I'm going to take my protection around him. You can get, but you don't have permission to take his life. See, we want the gifting.
Wait, stop, drop and roll. Who does that sound like?
But don't nobody.
Who does that sound like?
We don't want to do that. We don't want to.
Who does that sound like?
Mr. Robert Sylvester.
Say that again, my brother.
There is no way you can endure and have sanity still and stand on your truth and still walk in integrity.
Say it, my brother.
Off the four corners of the globe, coming simultaneously, continuously, nonstop, and still stand unless you got an anointing on your life. And with God,
brother.
There is no way in the flesh you can do that. It's humanly impossible. And that's where they messed up. They can't see that because they wicked.
They wicked.
They're under deception from Satan himself. So they can't see that.
And at the time, Robert couldn't see it. He didn't know what was going on with him, with these people. God had to remove him from them.
In the sacred writings, in the original transcript of the sacred scriptures, Jesus was not able to see beyond the portals of the grave. Talking about eternal separation from his Father. But yet, Isaiah records, he saw the veil of his soul.
Yes.
And he was satisfied. He still, I'll go and redeem humanity.
But when we get to heaven, we gonna see his glory.
Even though he might have been separated from us, that's how much love he had for humanity. We quote John 3:16, but we fail to remember John 3:17. For God's Son not into the world to condemn the world.
Condemn the world.
The world through him might be saved.
Bye, beast. Mm.
I'm gonna take the blow for you. So get up out of that situation. Get
Hmm.
out of that relationship. Why would
Hmm.
you choose death over life when I died for you?
I died for you.
Why would you hold on to your past? Change your thinking. Surrender yourself to me and let me give you the keys of the kingdom. How to
That
not.
gift belonged to me. I loaned it to you.
I want to fill you with my spirit, work in and through you, and surround you with my presence.
Hmm.
But I need your permission to let me into your situation before I know what plans I have for you. Jeremiah 29:11 says,
Yes, Lord.
I have for you, not to
Plans for
harm
you
you,
to prosper.
not to harm you, but it must be your decision because I gave you free will and freedom of choice. That's true love. I'm a divine God. I yield back. I yield back, lavish lady Missimo.
Okay, y'all. So we got about 20 more minutes before we.
We got 20 more minutes.
Well, before
I
we
thought you
end
said we
this
had an
live,
hour a while ago.
how long? It's almost 3.
We going to the part three, Missimo.
So hold on. Let me explain it. How long?
Missimo too funny.
So we got about 20 more minutes on this
Uh,
live, and then we're gonna go into our next live. We're
What
gonna go
next
into our
slide?
next live at 3. We have to break it up, Nisi, so everybody can go back and watch it.
remember,
Oh, okay.
remember Missimo? We did a
So the
24 hour
last time
last
we did
time
it, we
straight through,
just did
and
it
it didn't
straight
even record.
through.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
didn't record last time. So he had to break it up in segments in order for it to be saved and kept, and so we can go back and retrieve it.
Oh, okay.
So he decided to do 4 segments, 6 hours each.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so the next live is going to be the state of the culture, which we've kind of been touching on, in
Mm,
here, but we're gonna continue that over there, and then the last segment is gonna be changing the narrative. So
uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's gonna be.
that
Say
thing.
that again. We're gonna do what?
Yeah.
So the
Can
next
y'all
one,
call? Can y'all call that old man over there and tell him we need him to come over here and tell us how to change change the narrative?
That
what
starts at what time, Auntie?
what at 3. So no, state of the culture is at 3, from 3 to 9, and then from 9 to 3 is going to be changing the narrative.
Right. That's a good way to end that too. That's a good way to end that on that. Yeah, that subject. That's yeah, that's good to end that like that. Yep. Yep. That tie everything together. Yep. That's what's up.
So we're
Shout out
going.
to, shout out to my nephew, Big Vi.
Yeah, so we're going say our last thoughts on this subject, and then we going head on over to the next one. So,
I yield back. I'm good. I yield back. I hope everybody been blessed and enjoying the live. Hope everybody been getting something out of it. Hope everybody been fed. They're getting full.
I want to thank the panel. Been holding it down all day. Thank you. You are greatly appreciated.
You're
Nisi,
welcome.
thank you for coming and
Thank
joining
you,
us.
baby.
Dean, Classy, Sir Miguel, JT, uh,
Malik.
else came up, Black CEO,
Yeah, Black CEO, Malik, Lil Matt. Yeah.
Malik, Lil Mac. I appreciate all y'all. The chat. I appreciate y'all for rocking with us. Y'all been rocking with us. We halfway through, and y'all still rocking with us. So I appreciate all y'all. We couldn't do it without you. So this is what we're
So
gonna do
so
to bring the
what
awareness.
so what do we do when we leave out of this one? Is gonna be another link sent to us, Lavish?
Yep, you already got it.
Oh, okay, it's in my okay, so this ain't well, you already got it? Okay.
Yeah, you got a text.
Okay, I didn't see I didn't see no text up there. Okay. All right, I'll look and
And
okay.
and Nisi Vire texted to you too.
Okay.
For the next slide.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You should have it. You should have it. Classy, you should have it
Okay.
for the next live.
All right.
That's coming up in a minute, but yeah, we got 20 minutes. You got some last words, Classy?
Nah, I'm save my words.
You want to say your words for the state of the culture?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Dean, you still in here? I had you tapped out, man. Dean, my boy Dean then tapped out.
Young fella. Come
He
on.
catch
Don't let the
disease.
young fella. Don't let the OG last you out.
Dean then tapped out. Dean then tapped out. Sir Miguel, you got some last words you want to say?
I'll just say,
Sir Miguel. Hey,
I'll read.
baby.
Hey, Nisi. I'll say this. John 6:65 says, and he said, therefore said I unto you, that no man can come unto me except it were given unto him of my Father.
From above. Yes, sir.
So a lot of people assume that they automatically can go to Jesus. Unless God draw you to him, you can't do anything, no matter how much in your power that you want to do so. Unless God give you the permission to be drawn to Jesus through him, you can't do nothing. That's why he said in Psalms, he give the angels charge over thee, which is us. You have an angel on the right, you have an angel on the left. One counts the number of breaths you takes in this life, and the other one counts your deeds that you do, right and wrong. So we all got to keep in mind that our purpose in a lot of ways is already set. But we also have to understand who we are, what we are, and how we are. Because it also breaks down in the scripture, which most pastors don't really preach or really teach, because most of them are taught through theology school. But I'm going to read something else to you. And this comes from a book that I'm not going to give a title just as of yet, but it says, and I've said this before, these groups of people on the earth, the beast, the soulless man, the blessed, the child of God, and the damned, the man with a soul, but the offspring of Lucifer. See, those are the three types of people that reside within the earth, that are intermingled through marriage throughout the generations. That's why on the knowledge of good and evil, the branches are stretched out, but you don't know who is who within those branches, because there's good and evil within the branches. They're covered by the leaves, so you really can't see who's who until God reveals to you who you really belong to within your family tree. So I'm gonna let that marinate a little bit, because Nisi touched on something earlier, but the topic was cut a little short. And I think that would be a good topic to go to at a later date. But what you see now that is becoming within the midst of the earth is a lot of fugaziness that the devil is using to try to tear down the true righteous word of God. So it's no different in a relationship. You have to understand who your partner is, even before you really get into the relationship, because if you don't have a relationship with the Most High through his son, Jesus Christ, you'll never be successful at anything within that relationship, because you have to have a communication that lines up with him for him to show you how to use the word in this carnal life so that you can live spiritually, peacefully, mindful, so that you can move and be prepared not only while you're in the earth, but when you leave the earth. Because keep in mind, you can lose your soul while you're walking on earth. Most people think you lose your soul after you die. You can lose it while you're on earth. So guess what? you will not go back to God. You will go back to the dust of the earth, which most people don't realize either. A lot of people will go back to the dust of the earth as though they never lived.
Never
Those
lived.
some will go into the millennial, and then some will enter into paradise. And once paradise is open, then heaven will be open where you reside
Thank you,
forever.
Jesus.
So there are stages that you go through. So getting to heaven is not automatic. And guess what? That number is just as small as the people who are born into the
Yes,
earth
Lord.
over the thousands of years or the millions of years that the earth has gone through its life cycle. That's all I want to say for now.
All right, now go ahead. Tell us something. Nissimo?
Oh no, I want to close with my brother. You was awesome. That was awesome, awesome, awesome. I want to say to our ladies, if you're saved, and I pray that we all are, be mindful, be mindful, be mindful when you are being intimate, or even if you're married. Remember, if you're saved, you take Jesus with you everywhere you go. So that means that when you go into that bedroom, you're taking Jesus with you. He's right there with you. So we have to be careful where we're taking Jesus with us, because he's the Lord of our lives. And if he's Lord of our lives, we got to be mindful where we take him. And we got to know that he's pleased with where we're taking him. Because remember, he lives, moves, breathes inside of us. That's all I have.
Amen. All right, Vi, you got something for us?
Vastly.
Nah, yeah.
Where my nephew at? Did he graduated? My nephew graduated, y'all.
He did on Wednesday.
Yes. Both of them graduated.
Yep. Got a high schooler.
Yes. And
Well,
I
he was
give
in the
I
chat.
give
I told him
applause
to.
to him, to Vi. And this is to everybody in the chat. Whenever y'all can, I mean, when God bless you with an extra couple dollars, you don't hear of very many men rearing their children by themselves. And I think he's doing an awesome job, guys. He's doing it. He's trying to do this here YouTube stuff and bring awareness regarding Rob, and now our sister Classy, and everything else that he's got going on. Just a little bit of help would help him along the way, and I know he'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm gonna put the cash app in the chat and the oh, it's on the screen. The cash app is on the screen in the super chat. If you guys want to donate to the channel, donate to the host. Like Nisimo said, he is a single parent. He does work, a 9 to 5, and he still puts in the time to come on YouTube and spread awareness. And so we need to help if we can. We need to help if we can. But again, I appreciate everybody coming up. This was a great conversation. Great live as always. We got about 5 minutes. We're gonna leave 5 minutes early. Um, so everybody can get in on the next one. But
Okay.
I again, I do appreciate, or we appreciate everybody coming and participating and just being a part in the spread and spreading the awareness of injustice and just having adult conversations. Um, like said, you always leave out feeling better than you came in. That's the goal. That's the goal of the platform. That's what drew me to the platform. So I hope everybody left out with something good. And we love y'all. Vi, are you in?
I mean,
All right now.
You good? You good? You good, nephew? Got the second win?
oh, definitely, man. It's been a hell of a week, but
Yes, sir. Yes,
when you
sir.
can trust, this is. I don't trust too many people
Mhm.
that I call my family when it comes to this platform.
I don't know if you're cutting yourself off, nephew. Your two avatars was up, now you got one, and we can't hear you now. But when two is up there, we can hear you. You there?
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, if you was talking, we couldn't hear you.
Ain't no telling what's going on with this
Yeah,
phone by now.
you know, I hear you now.
We can hear you now. You good?
Okay, yeah, I was just saying I don't trust too many people, but to be able to trust the platform that in the family that I built on this platform, it's an honor, man, to say, well, I can just hand the platform off to y'all and go off and do what I gotta do. After having the week that I've had, it's been a hell of a week. Working on top of graduations, on top of long work days, um, and most important, keeping my word. You know, um, we had to reschedule this live a couple weeks ago, and honestly, man, the devil played so many games, man, because so many times the thought came in my head to just, man, not even do it. Just don't do it. But then at the same time, I didn't promise people that we were gonna do it.
Right.
But shout out to Lavish Lady because she was adamant about doing it. Making sure that it got done. I'm telling myself like, man, mentally, physically, I'm drained, but mentally, I had to continue to push because I gave my word. And the first segment was crazy. The second segment was even more so. The adult talk, man, the conversation was so good. I had to step away, but at the same time, I don't want to be like most people that fall asleep on here.
Right.
So I was like, well, let me step away. You know what I'm
I'm not.
saying? And let me set everything up in case, I have to step away. So
Right.
Lavish Ladies, shout out to you for being able to handle that thing and everybody else on here with you that's been on here, everybody that's in the chat. Man, y'all the best, man. I'm telling y'all, I really do appreciate and don't take none of y'all for granted because this is a family. For me, I talk to y'all and deal with most of y'all more than I deal with people in my family.
Yeah.
So I want y'all to understand that it ain't no act or no front. This is real life, Big Vi, at his most vulnerable state with y'all because I can trust y'all and depend on y'all more than I can depend on people that I have physically touched and met.
Yes, sir.
So I don't want y'all to take that for granted. And I don't take y'all for granted. So we're gonna go into the state of the culture, and that's just, I call it state of the culture, but mostly it's just the black news media, man.
Right.
I'm getting away from the CNN and the Foxes and NBC, CBS's.
Right.
We are our own news network. We gonna talk about what we want to talk about. We know the mainstream, they gonna talk about what they talk about, but we gonna talk about what we talk about. What's going on in our community. And from there, I don't know, to put a little time for the sake of time or whatever, we may play previous live. Just to give a little time. One of the most watched lives on this platform is about R. Kelly private investigators, Jack Palladino. That was one of the lives we did a while back with the whole crew on there, and it was a great live. That live has, it's the most watched live on my platform, and we just gonna use a little bit of that just for for people to be able to get a little shit out. So it's 2:57. We finna be ending here. Then the link has already been set. I think, I don't know if I sent it to Nisimo, because she's not in the group text.
Okay. I gotta see if I got that.
Hold on, copy. And I sound like I heard Classy on here too. So what's up, Classy? I know I'm late to the show,
Hey, Va.
but I'm gonna still be able to get a drink before they close the bar. All right. So, all right, we gonna head on over. We gonna close this out, and then we gonna head over to the state of the culture.
Okay. Alrighty.
Let's see. All right, chat. We gonna head over to the state of the culture. Thank y'all. See y'all there.